Buff Nation, what up, man? What's going on? My BWBs, all of my bandwagon buffs. What's up with y'all? I hope y'all are having a wonderful week. Guys, welcome to Tuesday. All right. The Colorado Buffaloes are back in action. They're practicing again. Shiloh Sanders is back on the practice field from an injury, an arm injury. We're glad to have the Headache Gang CEO back on the team as Colorado is preparing to face, all right, their conference foe, K-State. K-State is not I would say, a shabby team. If you've been paying any attention, K-State is not a shabby team. The Big 12 I would say if you're comparing the AP poll or you're following the top 25, the Big 12 is the number three conference right now in Power Four football. I believe it's the SEC. Then it's the Big Ten having more people on the having more people on that top 25 AP poll, and then it goes to the Big 12. So, anyways, welcome to the show, guys. This is TLP Sports Club. You are watching TLP Live. I am your host. I'm Harry Billion, and basically, I want to talk about Colorado, in the sense of what are they going to be? How do they fare off in the Big 12, making that Big 12 conference? We're going to talk about Shiloh a little bit. We're going to talk about the different rooms, and Colorado has I would say Colorado's at a turning point right now. Colorado has a great opportunity to change their own narrative, to rewrite Colorado's narrative. This is the opportunity that they got, and they've played their way to this opportunity. So we can't take nothing away from Colorado because they've actually showed up. While when the predictors and the commentators and the analysts, when they wrote Colorado off, Colorado was resilient, played their way to a 4-1. The only team that beat Colorado is Nebraska, which is playing really good football this time of the year. They are 5-1, and they've actually matched their win total of last year. All right, so that was the only team that beat Colorado so far. Now, I will tell you this. I believe the way that Colorado is currently playing, that if Colorado was to meet Nebraska again, like in real time right now, Colorado, the outcome of that game would be different. Totally different. Because the Colorado right now that is playing college football, they are playing wonderfully. All right. Now, I do caution myself when I say they are playing wonderfully. They've won some games, and at UCF, they have let us know that they are a formidable they are a formidable team. But this is the opportunity for Colorado to put it all together. The second time, if Colorado is able to go into K-State and give us a good game, all right, the outcome will hold the outcome for now. But if Colorado is able to go into K-State, or K-State comes to Colorado, and Colorado is able to compete and do a good job, then at this point, I think win, lose, or draw, Colorado will have changed the narrative and the talking points in its favor. But if Colorado if K-State comes to town and Colorado lays in there and let K-State run all over them, and God forbid Dylan Edwards has a monster of a day scoring multiple touchdowns or whatever, right? Because I'm sure they're going to play him. All right. If that happens, then we're going to go right back to where Colorado was, where people were like, all right, this team they're not anything. And then people are going to start saying, oh, Colorado's not going to win any more games for the rest of the season. Right now, Colorado, because of the way that Colorado beat UCF, University of Central Florida, Colorado actually halted or put a pin in the conversation, in the narrative. So now the people that were I would say, crapping all over Colorado, didn't have no faith in Coach Prime, his coaching, and the team as a whole. Those people have to wait just a little longer. But who's going to show up? The last show that I had, guys, last week we talked about who was going to show up. Is it going to be the Colorado that played UCF, or is it going to be the Colorado that played Nebraska? So at the conclusion of that show, we basically, we said that the Colorado that's going to show up, it should look more like the Colorado that played UCF, because there have been a couple of changes that Colorado has implemented that is going to assure them that this should be okay. And I employed Joe Klatt's breakdown of that. And basically he was saying, if we go to a 12, an 11-man or 11-man pretty much committee, whatever that terminology is, y'all, excuse me for not knowing the terminology. But if we use an 11-man, what's the word? I forget the word. If we use 11 men, okay? Like basically if we use a tight end, all right? If Colorado uses a tight end, then Colorado is able to shore up the edges of the line, put a guy there that is able to stop the either the rushing end or the linebacker coming in, and just give Shedeur just a few more seconds to be able to make his reads either downfield or just make some quicker reads, or just have a little bit more time to do what he does. So if Colorado is able to maintain the changes that they made, because we also said that Pat Shurmur, he's an NFL guy, so he was doing things the old NFL way, and thought that was going to work in this new college football personnel. Thanks straight facts. An 11-man personnel. Thank you. Lord have mercy. I can't be taking too many days off on these shows that I forget everything. Anyway, so if Colorado is able to, okay, so because Pat Shurmur realized his mistakes that he was making trying to implement an NFL way, now he's actually saying, well, you know what? I'm going to put a break on trying to do it the NFL way. Let's try to do it how college football is working. If Colorado is able to do that, that was last show. We determined that if Colorado is able to maintain the things that they did for the UCF game, then Colorado will be able to actually, so Ronte said, then Colorado, let me finish this thought. Then Colorado should be able to compete with K-State. And if Colorado is able to compete with K-State, there are a few factors, there are a few takeaways, because Colorado will have the best quarterback in this matchup. Colorado is going to have one of the best, if not the best, overall college football players in college football in Travis Hunter. And Colorado has a either number 16 or I forget. I didn't look up the where Colorado is currently ranked on the defense, on the defensive side of the ball, as far as the run stop, right? But Colorado currently has one of the best run stopping defenses in college football. So given all of those factors, if Colorado shows up, this game should be a good game. And I'm using the term good game because I got to be very cautious, because K-State is a really good team. They've won a lot of really good close games, and they've actually showed that they can do it. And they're very good. So that's why I'm being cautious to say good game, because the way that I look here on this channel and all of the analysis that I do, the research that I obtain from different writers and the different people that I study and try to glean from, the information, Colorado is going to be favored. I'll just say this. Colorado will be favored in most games if Colorado can keep their quarterback upright, because he is the best quarterback in college football. All right? Take a look around your college football landscape. When you look at college football, the landscape, the vast landscape, and all the top quarterbacks, Deion Sanders' son, all right, Shedeur, he is, and I use the words hands down, all right? Shador is hands down the best quarterback in college football. I'm telling you, based on the research, based on the information available, based on the tape, if you are a GM and you do not choose Shador Sanders as your quarterback, you're gonna have one of the most regretful decisions that you've ever made in your NFL career, because he is the best quarterback, hands down. All right. Cam Ward is ranked higher, but Shador is actually, like, all things considered, who has a better O-line protecting them when they do have their protections, the things that they're able to do. You always know that Shador is always going to show up when his team is able to protect him. So I put Shador, even though Cam Ward is up there, I put Shador over Cam Ward because I believe that Shador is more consistent. Given all the, you know what I'm saying, all things considered, Shador is more consistent, and you can trust that he's going to show up as long as his team. Colorado is going to be favored as long as Shador can stay up. The only reason why usually Colorado is not favored, and most teams are going to be favored above Colorado, is because we still don't know how the O-line is going to perform every game. We don't know which O-line is going to show up. Is it the O-line that showed up at Nebraska, or is it UCF O-line? We don't know which O-line is going to show up, and we don't know if they're going to go back into their bad habits and start, making mistakes again, maybe not run the ball anymore. I don't know. We don't know until this team shows us consistently that they do this and this is what they're going to commit to doing. We will have those questions game after game. But right now, we would say, you know what? They're trending in the right direction. And I like the way that they're trending. Cam Ward brought Miami back from 20 points in the fourth last Saturday against UNLV. I'm not saying Cam Ward is not good. This is not, when you say Colorado is better or Colorado's quarterback is better, it's not an indictment against another quarterback, or it's not an indictment against their efforts that they made. I'm talking about the career. You look at the career and you look at all of the mechanics and the things that he is able to do, pending some changes that he has to make, right? Pending some minor adjustments when he gets away from his dad, because I believe his dad lets him get away with too many things. All right. So take Shador away from his dad, and another coach who likes things to be consistent or likes things to be a certain way, they're going to have to undo a certain bad behaviors that he has because his dad allows him to do it. They're going to have to clean him of that. And I believe that those things are not much to do, because if you say, look, you want a job as an NFL quarterback, all right, these are the things, me as a head coach, I'm not your dad. These are the things that I require you to do. I require you to tuck the ball in when you're handing it off. All right. You're not going to hand the ball off and just sit there and let everybody know that you're handing the ball off. We can clean that up. Okay. Now, I need you to make your full reads. Okay. You don't have a Travis Hunter on this team. All right. So I need you to make all of your reads and make sure that you are picking the best person. You're capable of doing that. Maybe you got a little, spoiled because you had one of the best players. So that was your comfort zone. You went to that. I get it. We can clean that up. There's just some little things that he can clean up. But when it comes to decision making, his maturity, the things that he does on the football field, making sure that, he's not getting spooked when it comes to certain defenses, trying to scare him or trying to confuse him. He doesn't get confused. So from those things, these are the reasons when I'm thinking about this. All right. These are the reasons why I think Shador is the best quarterback. I don't think anybody does it better than him. All right. KMS said Cam Ward is the reason they were down 20 points. So he was just correcting himself. Hey, Tim, what up, man? All right. So now let's talk about Colorado and what happens this week. First, let's talk about the secondary. Things that need to happen in the secondary. Hey guys, before we get into this and we start going into the meat of the show, even though I've been dropping some gems, I've been giving y'all meat already. Pause, man. I've been giving y'all meat. Oh Lord. Pause, Harry B. No Diddy. All right. So join TLPlive@gmail.com is the email that you're gonna email if you want to come onto the show. Some of y'all already know how to do this, guys. You already have the email. If you called into the show before, just use that same email to call in, and then I'm just gonna send you the new link. Every show has a new link, so don't click on that old link. He said, yo. Every show has a new link, so don't click on the old link. I will give you a new link. KMS said, Harry, chill. I'm chilling. All right. So join TLPlive@gmail.com. That is the link that you're going to use. I mean, that is the email you're going to use so that I can send you the link. Let's talk about Colorado secondary. We're going to break it down this time. I'm going to give you some information about first, you know what? Let's start. Let's do it this way. I got so much, stuff to go, and I'm kind of doing it out of order. Let me give you some information about the landscape of the Big 12 and how Colorado fits into this Big 12 picture as far as the playoff implications, and then we'll bring it all the way down to where we break Colorado down by room and see how Colorado's going to play this week. All right, so I'm about to get into the show, guys. I'm going to use RJ Young, the #1 college football show. I'm going to use the information that I got from him. I thought what he was saying was pretty poignant, so let's use some of his interview. This is a reaction video or a reaction portion of the show. So hopefully YouTube would not strike me as copyright or give me a copyright violation, and I will be able to use this. What's the name? So let's go ahead and get the Big 12 landscape, the bigger picture. Let's get the big picture first, and then we'll go into the nitty gritty with Colorado. Let's do this. All right, here we are. Write down the email, guys. I'm about to take this off the screen. It's jointlplive@gmail.com. That is the email, jointlplive@gmail.com. You email me, I send you a link, and you come onto the show, and we have a discussion about that. All right, so let's go. Let me take this off the screen. Live TV. Let's go ahead and take off all the junk off the screen, and let's get into this. Let's go. You can hear his voice, and you can see him just a little bit.
What have you, knowing we're probably going to give them the easier road to a national championship, which leads me to Colorado versus Kansas State. I think we're going to have a hard time getting a second team from the ACC and the Big 12 into the playoff if things keep trending the way that they are trending, with 9 SEC teams and I believe 6 Big 10 teams in this week's top 25 alone. But that Big 12 championship is still going to get you automatically qualified, we think, unless, Boise State can somehow be.
So somebody tell me if you guys know out there, if you're in the AP top 25, y'all just let me know. This is going to this is what you say is a dude wearing the JJ from Good Times Turner. Why are you frying my guy RJ Young already? So if you're top 25, your chances are better, right? Just let me know. Let me know if that's how it works. If you are ranked top 25 going into the end of the season, then your chances of being selected by the committee is higher. But what we do know is that each conference, if you win your conference championship, then you're in. So that gives you that's an automatic bid. But I guess for the other selections, if you're ranked top 25, does that make your chances? I mean, it's a dub, but let me know if that's how it works. All right, let's keep listening to RJ Young.
Be one of those 4 ranked Power 5 highest ranked champions, not Power 4 champions. So knowing that the stakes are all over the map for the Big 12, do you expect perhaps a potential Big 12 championship participant to come out of Kansas State, Colorado?
Have you heard about the nocturnal bacterium that feeds on insulin? Pay attention.
All right,
Blood
commercial.
glucose up to
Let's
100
get out of
is
here.
considered normal. From 100.
I don't know. Is that a good question to ask at this point?
It might be a little early just because it's tough. It's tough.
So, okay, let me ask y'all the question. Y'all who are watching and you are watching live, do y'all think that week 7, Colorado versus K-State, are we going to be looking at one of those two going to be the champion? One of those two are going to become victorious? Colorado's streaking, but then keep in mind that Iowa State, I don't know if you guys remember the CBS poll that we used, and for several weeks we went from top to bottom, and Iowa State was ranked number 6, if I'm not mistaken. If I can find the CBS poll, I'll pull it back up so we can look at it again. But when we were going over that, Iowa State was somewhere much lower, even though they said Iowa State was in a position to pretty much do exactly what they are doing right now. The Big 12 is so wide open. All right, the Big 12 is wide open. Anybody can take it. But the BYU is doing much better than they gave it credit. They give them credit for. Iowa State is lights out. Is playing lights out football. But then you got your teams that are going to be like that are 4-1, teams that have just lost one game. So there's a lot of good teams. And again, we talked about this extensively in the preseason. We talked about, it's like almost every show we were talking about how the Big 12 shapes out. At the end of the day, what you get is you're going to get a bunch of teams that, where depending on how the ball bounces, this is how the games are going to go. So you're not going to get a team. For the most part, teams are not going to be blowing the teams out. Nobody. You feel me? It's like nobody's going to be like so dominant. Even though we beat UCF handily, but again, it's going to be a couple of scores here and there. The ball's going to bounce here and there. So who comes out? Are we going to be looking at Iowa State to go to that championship? In Utah, who was supposed to take over, and they're not necessarily, doing what everybody thought they were going to do? Are they going to be the one? Who's going to be the one? And let's bring on DC Carson to help us to talk about this. DC, what up with you, man? How you doing today, brother? Thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
Doing pretty good, brother. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. So the question that I have is, are we looking? Is week 7 for the for Colorado with K-State? Are we looking at the two possible teams that may come away with that championship?
It's possible. It's possible. I still think Iowa State.
Realistically, right?
Yeah, Iowa State, BYU is playing good football. And I think that the tendency, what I'm seeing is people to go, okay, well, this team lost to this team. And so they're trying to say, so that means, let's say, for example, TCU played Baylor and Baylor played, let's say, Iowa State. And so the tendency is to believe is that beating one means you can beat the other. But I think that it's so much, they're so close together that they're just beating up on each other. There are some bottom teams, but the bottom is not as bottom as, let's say, in another conference. I mean, you can obviously see is that you had a top team of a conference lose to a bottom team of a conference with Alabama and Vanderbilt. So it can happen.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the way I see it, I feel like it's wide open. And the teams that are actually going to be the ones they're going to start pulling away week 7, week 8, you'll start seeing the teams kind of pull away. If Iowa State continues to be undefeated, BYU continues to do what they're doing, then obviously they're the favorite ones. But right now, I feel like it's still kind of open. It's still open, and we'll see what happens still. It hasn't been decided yet, but let's go ahead and listen to more of these guys.
Tough, but we get so much more information every week. Like, here's some information that Colorado fans were killing us on Twitter because we said this summer CFB 25 having Colorado as the 20th best defense was completely unfounded. They were in the 140s last year. There's only 133 FBS teams. It was bad. They're in the hundreds. And then this year they're like, well, what about this team we beat and this team we beat? And then the big one was UCF. And now we see UCF had 6 points against a pretty bad Florida defense until they went into prevent and at the end of the game put on a late touchdown. So, that's more information that we can now react to, but it still feels early to me. I can't believe we're in week 7 and we're saying it's early for us to make those sort of at least look around the corner guesses, because you've got a number of undefeated still teams in the Big 12 right now, and some of those are going to be good teams and some of those are going to be pretenders. But like BYU and Iowa State right now look great. Like they look.
So let's look at it. Let's look at it. So Colorado fan, obviously, the way that you're supposed to be is you're supposed to hold your team down, right? You're supposed to say, yeah, we're playing good and we're gonna continue to play good. So, but at the end of the day, we're not the only ones playing good. This is how Colorado fans do. You know what I'm saying? We think we're the only one that exists. I'll tell you this. What's the name, DC? My son, when he was younger, he had this thing that my family uses now. He said one day he was like, I'm in my own world all by myself. And we've been saying that forever. And that's how I think about Colorado fans. I feel like Colorado fans, the super. Let me not say just Colorado fans, because we're all Colorado fans, but we have different segments of Colorado fans. The super fans are in their own world all by themselves, right? Because when it comes down to how you evaluate the game, nobody else exists. So no, but when you're analyzing the conference, other teams exist. Am I right, or am I not? Is this how?
Man, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I gotta be honest with you. When Colorado fans, the super fans, we'll call them, lose, it's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But man, the stuff I see when Colorado is winning, it's like, oh my God, y'all been. I mean, they feel the way they talk, they could beat Jesus. I mean, it really is just amazing that sometimes you have to sit back and go, wow, that is phenomenal that you can put all those loops. Because like I said, when we're winning and you're getting the praise, it's one thing. When you're losing, it's everything. It's the refs, it's the devil, it's about the wrong kind of
not
socks.
The devil.
Yeah, I mean, it's like everybody. But at the end of the day, I get it. You're supposed to be a fan of your team. I just do think that, you got to look at it. There's like the Coach Prime, there's the Colorado fan / Colorado, and then there is the, okay, am I talking football or am I talking fandom? Because you still have to talk football.
Right, that's true.
So when you're looking at this, like BYU is playing good ball, Iowa State is playing good ball. But like if you look on, like, you got to win this game. But the unfortunate thing is, if you win this game,
wait. Well, let's qualify that statement. We don't have to win this game. Colorado
you got to win this game. Let me tell you why.
Qualify. Let's make sure we put that statement in perspective. In order to change the narrative, Colorado has to win this game. In order for Colorado to stay legit in the conversation, yes. But win this game, we don't have to for our goals. This is year 2. We were 4-8. We didn't even make a bowl game last year. But in the bigger scheme of things, to make a bowl game, and to possibly, finish off the season in the win column, Colorado does not have to win this game. And I just want to make that clear for the fan base. But yeah, to be in the Big 12 conference championship talk, yeah. Right? That's what we should be at, right? Not necessarily have to win this. Okay. Just clear that up. But go ahead with your statement.
So the thing is, if you win this game, now they're not going to be ranked, and you wouldn't have beaten a rank. You're probably going to get to the end of the year and wouldn't have beaten a ranked team. That's
How does
unfortunate.
a ranked team that's 17 fall that flat, that fall off?
Well, because the thing is, though, I see, and again, Harry, you'll be happy to know that the chat can be whatever it wants to be today. I'm Woo-Sa, all good, everything is fine. Say
You're
whatever
already
you
in the
want to
chat.
say.
Come on,
Talk
DC.
about my mama. That's all right. Do whatever you feel you need to do. That's between you and the Lord. What I would say is that the thing that comes is that there are other teams that are doing well. I think that's what some fans got to realize is that, okay, pull for your team, but there are other teams that are doing well. And there are other teams that are beating ranked teams. So I think that you got to win this one. Unfortunately, that's the other downside. I do think you get ranked now by all means. I think what is Kansas State 22? I think you wind up being 22 after you beat Kansas State. But
Is
see, you talk
22 or 17? I thought it was 17.
they're one of those. Was Iowa State like right now? You don't have a team in the top 12. The Big 12 doesn't. So maybe what is there? 17, whatever it is.
I thought
But
they
anyway,
were.
but they may be up there. But I do believe you'll get to 22 or something. The K-State might probably does drop out because they'll have more than 2 losses. They'll have 3. Is that if I think that's correct? No, they have
Well,
one.
They are 4-1 right now.
Right. So I think that at the end of the day, if your goal is the bowl game, you are exactly right. I think this is one step closer, and I do believe in at a second year. That's a realistic goal. So that's a good thing. That means all you have to do is beat one more team. You win and you're in.
Yeah, if we win this game, we win one more, and it could come it could come at Cincinnati, Arizona. Yeah, it could come Cincinnati or Arizona. The rest, I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure, but I know that Kansas is not doing. What the heck is wrong with Kansas this year? Am I missing something?
Here's the thing. I don't think Kansas is garbage. I just think again it's so competitive in this conference. Like Kansas can move the ball and do certain things, but they just get to the end and they just give the game away. Like they were doing well against West Virginia, and then they had a rain delay, came back and they lost. And then I think sometimes, well, you've seen it that some of these teams are Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. They look good and then they just turn crazy. Even Colorado has done that, where it's like they look very good, didn't look good in Nebraska, looked pretty decent against Colorado State, and looked phenomenal at UCF. So I think you're right now in this time of year where you get to find out who your team really is. The thing is, other teams are starting to separate themselves.
Yeah. But the crazy thing is Colorado is one of those teams. You feel me? Colorado is actually starting to separate itself, and with a win at K-State, that separation becomes legit because you were not supposed to beat UCF, right? They were not looking for you to beat UCF. And first of all, Kansas was, I believe, wasn't Kansas above K-State in the rankings in the CBS preseason rankings that we talked about?
They were up there, but Harry, as your resident hater, I have to move the goalpost and say, well, they ain't played nobody or whatever it is. No, I'm just messing with you. At the end of the day, is we thought Kansas was going to be good, but they just sometimes teams just do not put it together for one reason or another.
We also thought that Oklahoma State was going to be one of the power teams.
But let me say that. But that's the weird thing about Oklahoma State is the quarterback from what's that, Preston. He has better numbers than Shadur does as a QB. He's got worse interceptions, but he still has better numbers, which is he has better passing yards. So that's crazy. We thought Ollie Gordon was just going to come in there and run over and dominate. That has not happened. Oklahoma State is just not a bad team. They're not a bad team. They're just, for some reason, not putting it together. Yeah, we thought they were going to be good because they were in the Big 12 championship game last year, but they're just not measuring up. But then again, could it just be that all the teams, which some analysts did say at the beginning of the season, they're so evenly matched?
Right. Right. That's what we talked about during the off season. That this conference is so wide open that the ball can bounce either way, and somebody would be the way to go.
I mean, consider this: is that you want to know the quarterback that's right under the quarterback that's right over Shador in the passing is the quarterback from Texas Tech. But you want to know who's right there close to him? The quarterback from Cincinnati. That makes when I was sitting there looking at them numbers here, I was like, you gotta be freaking kidding me
Mm.
that they're that evenly clustered. So does that mean that the quarterback at Texas Tech is better than Shador? Absolutely not. That's not what that means. But we thought Cincinnati was going to be garbage. They are not garbage.
They're
They can
not.
move the ball. They can stop people. So I gotta admit, like I've heard like really flawed on one her broadcast was talking about that, and Bishop talks about that. These teams are. I didn't know they were that. This is my first time really consuming as much Big 12 football, but they are pretty evenly matched.
That's
Even
true.
Baylor, who is at the bottom, still gave Colorado a fight.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Baylor was about to beat us. We needed a miracle to beat Baylor. So at the end of the day, I mean TCU looking like they out of it already. I mean, but you got teams with multiple losses already, like that are not contending. That in the preseason we said, oh, these were going to be the teams that were going to be fire this year. But again,
Harry, do you know that you want to know who the number 3 QB is? The one for TCU for yardage. It makes no sense. How does that even make any sense? But again, the quarterbacks, though Shador is better, you're right. I can't take it away, but it's weird that again, I just want to point out, you see it within that top 15, you got a lot of Big 12 QBs right there.
but yeah, okay. So there are several nuanced conversations to have when it comes to quarterback. You can have the numbers conversation. You can have the conversation as an overall. Who would you trust with? Who would you make an investment in when it comes to, their overall? If you put their career together, I don't know that you can just have a numbers conversation, because at the end of the day, these guys in the NFL, these are the best of the best. So which quarterback do you want to put down center? Shador, I don't see anybody else even close. Yeah, the numbers are going to be different based on who you play and based on what protection you have when you're playing. But Shador just doesn't have a solid team, a solid team as some of these guys have. So again, the numbers are going to be the numbers, but I would say Shador is still the best quarterback overall. Let's bring on Tim as we go. Let's go a little deeper into Colorado and let's start talking about these different rooms. Hey Tim, man, what's up, man? How you doing today? Thank you for calling. I appreciate you, brother.
Yo, what up with it, Harry? What's up, DC? How you brothers doing today?
All is well, man. All is well.
Good.
Yeah, man. I think I sent a link to Ron. I don't know if Ron ain't getting it or not, but anyways, I'm gonna send it again. Ron, I know you're a little bit computer challenged, brother. Stop playing with me. The link is sent, Ron. Let's go. Okay, so Tim, how you look? You're a Big 12 guy. You watch Big 12 football. You consume Big 12 content. The way that things are looking, Colorado looks to be where when this is all said and done. To you,
Well, I got them at 10-2, so I'm still trying to
are
find
you
ways to.
still
But
protecting that 10-2?
bro, I'm still protecting the 10-2 because I see ways where they can be really playing for this national championship. And what you guys alluded to just a second ago, like I think it was DC talking about Oklahoma State. You know, yeah, they losing right now, but they're not a bad team. Something is just not gelling.
Mm-hmm.
That is not clicking for them, and they was like really, in my opinion, they was one of my favorites to contend for the Big 12 championship this season. But
Yeah, I remember what you were saying in the preseason conversations we were having.
right,
You was like
so
they were like that, and I agreed.
yeah, I mean, they gave Oklahoma all that they can handle each and every year, and Oklahoma is in the SEC now. But uh, I mean, the teams that a lot of people was high on, UCF, um, a lot of the teams that was projected, people thought that was going to be in the or have a chance to make it to the Big 12 championship. A lot of those teams are looking bad right now.
No,
Kansas.
yeah, if you step outside of the Big 12 and just just go to the landscape of college football, I was like something ain't looking like something ain't right. I don't know. I don't know if it's because teams in the SEC and the Big Ten feel like, okay, we got a little bit of more breathing room because there's 12 teams and not 4, and teams are just like, all right, we ain't got to go all out. I don't know what's happening, but teams that are supposed to be these unbeatable teams are getting beat.
I think it's more so
Hold on 1 second. Ron Tate, you can come on the show. I send you the link, brother. Check your email. Go ahead, Tim.
I think it's more so of now that we have the portal and guys can jump at any given time. So teams that are missing certain key pieces, they're able to go grab those that may be a little bit better than what they have at a certain position to plug and play. And that's also helping a team become better. Because if you look at SMU right here in the Dallas area,
Mm-hmm.
they putting on a show, man. Like they can run with some of the best teams in the Big 12, ACC, Big 10. They competing at a high level. Uh, so I just feel like it's more of the portal that's
So
helping these teams. Some of these teams be a little bit better than what they normally would be better based off of recruiting.
So let me ask you this question: Do y'all? We knew that the whole portal, evening out the whole college football landscape was going. Excuse me, was going to be a factor. But are we seeing the writing on the wall right now? Is it peaking? I mean, is it starting to? Is it starting to fester a little bit right now? Is that what we're seeing, or is that something else? DC, let me get your opinion on this one because you've been around for a minute. Do you think that this portal thing is really starting to rear its head right now, or is it something else?
I do see signs of the NIL era going on. We saw that with UNLV, and just reminder like of leverage. Old boy kind of played himself because the backup QB came in and played well. So you got to know where you stand. I do also think that the portal has made some teams that you would think are struggled. They've made them better. For example, Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is not a bad team, and if anybody that's able to hold the ball for 42 minutes is definitely not a bad team. I don't believe Alabama's defense is as good as it was been, but I don't believe they're as bad as 42 minutes. But again, they could be. So I think it's a number of things. But then I also think, and Tim will know this, is that sometimes you have an upset weekend where you just have a lot of teams that were supposed to win, don't win, and then you got a lot of surprises. So this, to me, is the combination of all three of those things that went on this past Saturday.
Is Arkansas SEC?
Yes, and see, Arkansas, that coach was on the hot seat, and they brought in Bobby Petrino. We kind of had that conversation, and their offense, and Tim was saying that offense last year was not looking good. That's why KJ Jefferson left from Arkansas to go to UCF, only to wind up facing the same doggone thing with UCF's team. However, Arkansas has a new offensive coordinator, and they play. Who do they play? They went to overtime with Oklahoma State, so they're not a bad team. It's just that
Oklahoma State 139-31.
they did it. They stopped them, but Arkansas can move the ball, and they have a good running back. So I mean, kudos to them. But I think the top and the bottom, well, the bottom is still going to be the bottom of football. But I think like the top 30, they're getting real close in talent.
All right, let's bring on Ron Tate. Ron Tate, welcome to the show, brother. How you doing today? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys inviting me or allowing me to join the show.
For sure, man.
See, I'm sitting here screaming and hollering to get on. Well, I wanted to make a couple of comments
Okay.
about the rankings and how, we so eloquently at times move the goalposts for Colorado. I just want to ask one question.
Mm-hmm.
Boise State is ranked. Who have they beaten? I know they're undefeated or they lost one game. Who have they beaten? Can anyone name a team that's relevant in FBS?
I haven't
I,
really been following run. I haven't been following Boise State this season. I do know they got a great running back though.
Yeah, they had their running back is a superstar right now. But again, I want to know who have they played? Who have they beaten?
beaten,
You know,
I can't tell you that. Who they pushed to almost beat Oregon. That's why they're sitting where they're sitting because of
okay,
how they played against Oregon.
they lost against Oregon.
They did, but they played them well, and Oregon being a top 5 team. That's why they're placed where they're placed. I get where you're going,
No,
but
no, and I get where you're going. I mean, here's another uh, justification for Boise State. However, prior to and this really it wasn't bugging me a couple of weeks ago, but it has since that UCF game. Everyone was talking about UCF and how good they are, and typically, everyone went back where the usual pundits went back to their moving the goalpost by saying, well, this and that is wrong with UCF. UCF is not this, UCF is not that, since they were beat convincingly by CU.
Right.
Now UCF is not a good team. I think UCF is going to win probably 3 or 4 more games this year.
I mean, they could.
but they won 5 last year. But Attorney Tate, I'd like to counter you by saying is that Colorado fans move the goalpost too. For example, UCF sucks. We gonna dominate them. Then when you beat them, oh, it was good. The same thing with we gonna beat the crap out of Nebraska just like we did last year. Can't no freshman get us. And then boom, once they wind up wiping the field with you, well, hey, wait a minute, hold on 1 second. They did this and we just wasn't, and was the line. It was because so the goalpost, though I'm here for Colorado, the goalpost at this point in the season, and even some last season, it gets moved both ways.
Any rebuttals around Attorney Tate? Any pushback? Attorney Tate he's probably being muzzled right now by a CU fan. So
They put a gag order on him.
they
No,
put a
didn't they?
gag order on him. So we're gonna step away from that from that conversation. Let's get a little deeper with Colorado. Let's talk about the different rooms in Colorado. Colorado has now the secondary. So Avery Johnson is going to test that secondary on Saturday. He is, and Dylan Edwards is going to test the run game because they're going to play him. They're talking about. Hey, let me just say, what's up, Surf? What's up, what's his name? Quinlito. What up, everybody that's in the chat? Appreciate you joining the chat today. Appreciate you being a part of the show. Stevie Davy, Humbrel, Asante L. Yeah, guys. So what's up? All right. So, well, anyways, before I leave this screen, I do have the AP top 25 right here. Alabama lost and dropped all the way to 7. Right, it just went straight from 1 to 7. Oregon is going to be playing. Oregon is one of these daggone lucky teams. Because, man, I'm telling you, when they say luck, boy, I mean, some of these teams was giving them the business. They just happen to just win. So, okay, so they're holding their number 3 spot. But who here on this panel believes that Oregon is worth to be that number 3 team?
I don't.
I don't.
Because at least I'm Alabama number 7, Oregon number 3. Are you serious? Like
Alabama is good for number 7. They could have dropped a little bit further than that. It's just
Oregon is better. Alabama's better than
no.
Oregon.
No, it's how it's the fashion that and DC talked about a little bit about it. Vanderbilt, like you lost to Vanderbilt. You beat a Georgia team then turn around and lose to Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt has been the sorriest team in the SEC for years.
Yeah, but I mean, they can't be sorry forever. You can't judge a
Well,
team based on how sorry they were.
but yes, you can.
Okay, yes, you
We're
can.
talking about Vanderbilt, but
All right,
I'm
now
just,
the goalpost move because Colorado. See how it is. See,
right.
how sorry they were. See how it is. But continue. I'm joking. Let's continue.
But I'm just saying though, like you can't, like, and that's why I like Coach Prime says we're going 1-0 this week. Every week is 1-0. That means
That's
that
true.
you're focusing on that contender in front of you. You're not looking backwards. You're not looking forward. You got your eye on the scope, right, to hit your target. So some of these other programs, they are, if you do not come to play every Saturday in the NFL every Sunday, you can get beat.
That's true.
I'm gonna tell you something though, Tim. The interesting thing about this top 12 is it is SEC heavy.
It is.
I mean, it is. You can almost see where they're going with this whole thing.
I can
When you
see.
got
I've been seeing it, Doc.
that's right. That's why Oregon is right there, Harry. It's because they're trying to have SEC and Big Ten get the lion's share, and whoever else get in where they fit in. Because I
You
don't
gotta
agree,
win.
Oregon.
You gotta win your
Yeah,
way
I don't.
in.
Right, but think about it. Look at that. Show me any. You got the ACC with Miami. They'll throw them a bone. Which Miami is playing good football, so they deserve to be there. But the rest of them, I mean, Ohio State. Basically, you look like you're gonna have from the Big Ten, Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, and from the SEC, Texas, Georgia, and Bama and Tennessee. Well, in LSU. Tennessee or LSU will be one of those two.
Hey, let me say this real quick. Let me ask you this
And
real
Bama.
quick. Let me ask you
And
this
Ole
real quick,
Miss.
DC.
Dang. Go ahead.
Now Oregon, I said it in the beginning of the season. They had a cakewalk
Their schedule.
schedule.
Yep.
They
But
do.
don't they play Penn State this coming up weekend?
Yep. No, they play Ohio State.
Ohio State. Yeah, they play Ohio State. Now
Yeah.
they've been okay. They
They
coming
win
off.
this game and it's a wrap. They're
If
they're
they
gonna
win
be
this
legit.
game,
They're legit.
they legit.
Yeah, they're
But
legit.
they're coming off a game where they struggled with Boise State, right?
They're
Now,
struggling in all their games.
exactly. Now, if they go up there and get blown out by Ohio State, I feel like Oregon is going to drop real far down
Yeah,
the
they
chart.
will. That's why I'm surprised they're still hanging in a top 5. The way that they've been winning their games. Yes, they're 5-0, but come on now. The way they're winning, and some of the teams that they're supposed to put away, they're barely beating. So you just gonna keep them at the top at the number 3 because they escaped what the FCS team that they played.
But I think if they lose, they're not going to drop out the top 12.
We can say the same thing about Miami.
I don't think. I think they're keeping them close. I do think Miami because what was Clemson? Was Clemson what was Clemson 10?
Clemson is 10 currently.
Man, so that's right. You do have a Big 12 that was Iowa State sitting right there, and then you got they're gonna keep Notre Dame. Tim, why they keeping Notre Dame right there? Harry, why they try? I mean, they basically are trying to make who they want to be in these playoffs, no matter what's going on.
They're sending subliminal messages. They're letting you know, hey, hello, pay attention.
This who we want in here, yeah, basically.
Yeah, you know.
But let me ask you this then: do you think if Colorado slips up a game but gets close, do you think they get in the top 12?
What do you mean? Colorado cannot be 10-2 and get in the top 12 if they don't win that Big 12 conference.
But let's say you're 9-3. Do you think they get in the top 12?
No.
If they win the conference championship, I feel like Colorado.
Their only chance, Colorado's only chance, is to win that championship. That's the only chance.
Now
there's no other way.
If they go, as say as they lose this game against Kansas, that doesn't say that they don't play for the Big 12 championship either, because
They
we
right
seeing how
because if you look at the Big 12 currently, the way that the Big 12 is shaped out right now, a lot of teams are already have
they have
lost 2
one
games.
loss. Yeah,
Right.
lost 1 or 2 games.
Or,
So
or 2
therefore,
games.
but the question comes down to you have to go back and look at Iowa State rest of their schedule. You got to go back and look at the rest of Utah schedule. You got to go back and look at the rest of BYU schedule and see who could potentially knock them off their horse that give you an opportunity. Because if a lot of teams go in there and with one game losses in the conference, now that's where the challenge is going to come down. Who do they place in the Big 12 championship game?
Yo, BYU beat SMU? I didn't even know that. Okay, hold on. What year was this? This is this year, right? All right, so you said look at BYU, right? BYU got they got Arizona. They got Arizona coming up. That could be a win for them. They got Oklahoma State. That could be a win for them. They got UCF. That could be a win for them. I would say Utah is probably the last one standing that could possibly beat BYU. Nobody else.
If BYU don't come to play, they can lose a couple of those games.
Which ones?
They can lose to Oklahoma State. They can lose to Utah. They can lose to Arizona. You never
Not
know
the
what
way,
type of
not the
Arizona
way
team
that.
you're gonna
Well,
get.
yeah, you're right. If they don't come to play, but the way they've been playing, let's just say all things equal, if they play the way they've been playing, there's no way like they don't run the table.
I'm
gonna tell you,
Arizona State over BYU.
which Arizona State is 4-1. They were expected to be at the bottom, and they're 4-1. But I would.
The Arizona State could BYU. Have y'all seen their games?
Well, I have. I will tell you this: it's 2 teams that have in the Big 12 that if they're off, well, 3 teams if their offense is on, you're not beating them. One is Colorado. The second one is Iowa State, and the third one is Arizona. If those offenses are on point,
You're
not
BYU
beating them.
out?
Yeah, I'm leaving them out. I'm just telling you for what I've seen. Those 3 teams.
Hold on. So you know how they play? What's that game? Are they a contender or a pretender? You think they're a pretender?
I don't think they're a pretender. I just don't think that they have they have a solid offense. They just don't have I think the ability to have those X plays, the explosive plays. Like
September 21st, 38-9, K-State.
As again, well, if you had saw that game, oh man, I mean, Kansas State couldn't do anything right. The same way it's when they lost. Who did they recently lose against? Was it Arizona?
Hold on, DC. Let's put this in perspective now. Whenever a team, right? Because when we look at these good teams, right, when they can't do what they're supposed to do, we attribute it to them and not the team that they're facing. Are you saying that BYU didn't win the game, that K-State lost the game?
I'll say it for you. I feel like K-State didn't come to play. They played at BYU. They played in the beginning of the season. Now, playing that same K-State in week 9 and week 10, now you get a different K-State.
Yeah,
a different Kansas State.
And you get a different CU playing Nebraska.
Or not? I agree. That in the beginning, if this current Colorado meets Nebraska, I don't know about that Rutgers game or whatever. I don't care. I think this will be a different outcome. But BYU beat SMU. They're ranked. BYU has beat how many ranked teams?
SMU was ranked at one time.
SMU is ranked currently.
Wow.
SMU is currently ranked. So,
but that gives now credence to what Ron was getting to about Boise State or Colorado. I get where you're going now, Ron. I retract my statement. Continue.
So, if this team is beating these ranked teams handily, I mean, you can't go and give 38 to a ranked team and you say, well, they beat themselves. There's no way it's 38, right? A ranked team cannot beat themselves by that many points.
No, not at all.
It doesn't make sense.
Losing by a field goal or 1 point last second, something like that. Yeah, but 38, you got whooped. You got your butt beat.
38. It was almost 0. 38 to 0. Let's
yeah,
just say, let's take away 2 points and say it was 30. It was 20 something to 0.
but I watched that game. I watched
Okay.
that game from front to beginning. And that game, what I saw is that, and Ron, you saying you know how sometimes you can, and Tim, you've seen it. You know how sometimes you can have those games where no matter what you do, you just cannot move the ball. You cannot do it. It seems like they are basically, it's almost like, watch this. Y'all gonna catch this when I say it. It's almost like they got your playbook.
Trends, DC, or what was
it's almost
stopping them?
It's almost like somebody got your playbook.
Right.
Oh, are you alluding to Oregon last year?
Well, I wasn't finished. It's almost like somebody got your playbook and they're hearing your calls. And it's like you can't move. And that's exactly what that game looked like.
The Nebraska game this year, when CU played Nebraska, they had that crowd behind them. They came in and hit CU right in the mouth early in the beginning. And it seemed like CU couldn't do anything. So now you got all those different factors playing against you. It almost like sucks the life out of you slowly.
Well, I'm also say this.
Some of those games.
Right, I would say this is that sometimes when a team's strength, that's why when you heard me talk about the three
DC,
teams.
you haven't answered my question yet.
Go ahead.
My question to you is, when most people are looking at good teams like the Alabamas, the Georgias, and a Vandy goes in there and stops them, it's always never the lesser team that people were thinking about. Is always going to be, well, they didn't show up to play. But if were they tied up? Like, did somebody tie their hands? If they couldn't do anything, I would have to give it to the DC and the OC to say they came prepared to play and they actually made the stops that was necessary. I don't think you can, by not moving the ball, you can't say, oh, they couldn't do anything right. I think BYU was doing everything right.
Well, watch this. Do you actually believe?
I want to hear from you.
What I mean, do you actually believe that Vandy is better than Bama 10 times out of 10?
No, if they play them again, I'll probably say no.
No way. It would be 70 something to 0 if they play.
Is this the same scenario? BYU Kansas?
It's one of those, where you like have a bad game. Like I believe part of what happened to Colorado last year against Stanford is they just had a horrible half. And you have those games where it's just like, you do have those games where you didn't prepare, but you also have those games as much as you prepare, you just are not there. Now, maybe that may be where you had the mindset you took the team lightly or whatever it is. But sometimes you have those games where you can't do anything right. And when I watched the Kansas State BYU game, that's what I saw was Kansas State just could not do anything right.
Okay. Hey, can I throw this on top of what DC just stated real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm gonna use the Vanderbilt Alabama game. Now, when you look at it, Bama had a bad game, and you're right, DC and Harry. 10 out of 10, you gonna pick Bama, but going forward, Bama is like, oh wow, we overlooked them maybe slightly. Now everybody else that they're gonna face going forward is finna catch smoke. They finna catch smoke. Bama finna give you their best from here on out. But now Vanderbilt, that's Vanderbilt. They could lose 4 out of their next last games. That part I can see, but I know what Bama is gonna do going forward for the rest of the season because I didn't see it happen before numerous of times.
But keep in mind that the Bama that you're judging is not the Nick Saban Bama. This is the Deborah Bama now.
Hey, Tim,
you gotta be very careful now.
Tim, I'd like for you to flip it from the other side, from what you just said. What Alabama's going to do now?
So
look
Vandy?
No, on the teams that Alabama's going to be facing. How are they going to feel about going against Alabama?
They're probably gonna try to take the same playbook that Vanderbilt used to beat them and incorporate that into their game planning. No different than K-State coming into CU this week. Gonna probably look at the Nebraska, go probably look at the Baylor game, go probably look at the North Dakota State game, and see what they did to be effective to try to knock them off their platform.
And one thing we were talking about Oklahoma State earlier. And I'm thinking that, they've kind of, I forget what their record is. Does anyone know what their record is right now?
Who's
Is it Oklahoma State?
I think
Oklahoma
they
State?
lost the last 3
They
games.
They're
Oklahoma
like
State is 3-2.
3-2 or 2-3.
Oklahoma State, where are they? They're right here. They are three
I
and
think
three.
they're
Three.
3 and
They're
3.
okay. They're 3-3 now.
Yeah, so they're cooked. They're done.
Well, as statistically, they're probably done. But I think you're gonna see them get better every week from here on out. I believe that. They're
You believe they win out, or what do you mean better? Like,
well.
okay,
Well,
you can get
I
better
just
all you
know.
want.
The last game I saw them play, they didn't play like the Oklahoma State that I'm used to seeing. With the talent everywhere, speed, hard hitting. I didn't see any of that. I mean, I didn't. On a regular basis throughout the team. Throughout the game. So I'm anticipating that that culture is gonna get wound up, and I'm anticipating them playing better
So
going forward.
you think BYU don't take that game?
Well, against Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Well, I think they better look at that Alabama game and be on their P's and Q's.
But you know what, Ron? You are right, because last year that same thing happened to Oklahoma State. They lost to South Alabama. They lost to a few other teams, and people was like they were done.
Mm-hmm.
And then they lost it. They even got destroyed by UCF, like 45 to something. But then after that game, something happened, and they just tore into everybody like it was nobody's business. And I think that very well may be where they're one of those teams. So you have some teams that are just slow starting, and then they just something happens. So I can see that if BYU don't come to play. Put it like this: if anybody thinks Oklahoma State is a walkover team, you ain't watching football. That is not a team that you come in there and think we just gonna get.
Well, listen, I think I'm going to say this. I think what you're referring to is the last year's Oklahoma team. I don't know if you're really like evaluating the Oklahoma this year.
These are mainly almost the same players.
Yeah, no, you're right, because we did that analysis. But I'm saying something happened. Their spirit is broken, or something happened, because they're not playing like the team that we were evaluating in the preseason. So Oklahoma State is not playing the kind of football that I was expecting them to play, because y'all remember, right? The CBS preseason ranking that we went over for like a couple of shows. OSU was up there. Now they're playing like some sauce. Like they're 3-3. You don't expect Oklahoma State to be 3-3. They're not. There's no way to contend for that Big 12 championship, and they're supposed to. Utah is what? Utah is in trouble as well. So
it could be the way that all these teams. Everybody been saying the Big 12 is wide open. So, and it is. It's still currently wide open, even though OSU has 2 losses in the conference. It's still wide open. And just to throw on top of that, OSU has a head coach that can gather that team back together, piece that team back together, and like DC said, they'll finish the rest of the season, and you'll be like, dang, this is not the same OSU team earlier in the season, but man, have they gotten better.
Because consider that Oklahoma State beat Arkansas, who beat a highly ranked Tennessee team. So it's not like they're capable. I don't necessarily like to do the connections like that, because again, you have to factor in strengths and weaknesses of teams. That's why you hear me sit back and say, hey, if Colorado's line is on, and the offensive line and the QB, the offense is clicking. So that's why I said, and they have a mild amount of defense where they can get 3 stops. I don't see many people beating them. But if that offense suffers and that other team get a rush like Nebraska did, then you could find yourself going. I'm not saying they are, but you could be a 5-7 team too. So that's the thing about it. If they're on, you can. That's why you look at these things where you're looking at like BYU plays as a team. They play as a team. Most of you can't even name one player from BYU. Can any of you name one?
No.
No, I can't either.
We
Though
could
I've
just
seen
guess
them.
like maybe that's John.
Right. We could say it's got to be somebody with a
Scott?
last name Onga Bagalaga or something like that. That's somebody from
There's a Scott on there somewhere.
yeah. Right. So we don't know nobody on that team, but that team is winning. That ought to tell you something. Or let's say, for example,
But the
go
thing
ahead.
is, it's quality wins, though. They're
It
not
is.
just winning. I would say, okay, let's do this. As it stands, if we were to take a snapshot right now, without being biased, who wins this Big 12? Who's going to this Big 12 playoff or this Big 12 championship game as it stands right now? I got the thing right in front of you. I got the Big 12.
I can give you my answer.
The Big 12 leaderships are right in front of you. Go ahead, Tim.
I would like to see, as it currently stands, I would like to see BYU and Iowa State go head to head.
Iowa State. Texas Tech. Yeah. At this point, it looks like Texas Tech and BYU. Iowa is playing lights out too, but it's Texas and BYU. What do you think, DC?
Whoo, Jesus, this is a hard conference. I'm not gonna lie, because I could absolutely see Iowa State and
Who's that quarterback?
Rocco Beck.
Is he good? Is Rocco
Oh yeah.
good?
Oh, dude is we talked about him here in the offseason. Dude is a baller now.
Okay.
He's real good. I'll be honest with you.
Anybody seen their full game, not the highlights?
I've seen it. I'm gonna tell you right now.
How are they playing? Are they
dude?
How do they play?
They can move that ball. I mean, it is smooth precision.
Hey, Harry, I seen them play Houston.
How was it? How was the Houston game?
Exactly
20-0.
It's the defense. Their defense is elite.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
Their pass coverage is elite. Their pass coverage is elite, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Their offense is smooth. I mean, they execute very well, but that D. But I mean, again, it all depends. Can like put it like this: as far as like a whole force on force kind of game, it's a lot. I'd like to see Iowa State and Colorado. I'd like to see BYU and Iowa State. I'd like to see.
Hey, DC, you gotta pause that.
Okay. Yeah, let me pause. Absolutely. Pause.
This is good with that D. You said that D.
You know what? That did not come out the way I intended to do it. That's all right.
Yeah, you put an on that D.
Yeah, I know somebody gonna think
Come
I'm
back, Harry.
I'm in the
Harry.
right. They're gonna put me in the lettuce, bacon, tomato, Quebec, and quarter pound and cheese department.
No,
it is.
as many references as Harry is making, they're gonna be putting him in that sandwich.
I'm telling you, bro.
Come back, Harry.
Yo, I can't help it, man.
Let it go, man. Let it go.
No, listen, man. I'm in New York. I can't help it. If you ever watch Kim and if you watch Killer and Kim, dude, every other word is pause. And sometimes I'll be wondering, like, I'll be trying to figure out what the pause was at this point. But you can't go in that D and not pause that. Come on now. Anyways.
Well, I threw my phone across the room.
We didn't get Ron's take on it.
Ron, I'm giving you the schedule right here in front of you.
Yes.
As it stands right now, the leaders in this Big 12 are looking like Texas, BYU, Iowa State.
Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you're just going on the top 3?
Well, these are the leaders right now. I'm just showing you.
Yeah,
Okay,
the question is, Ron, who do you at as it currently stand,
I said
Who-
yes. Go ahead.
no, as it currently stand, who do you think would be in that Big 12 championship as of right now?
Right now, if it was like right now,
Texas Tech and Colorado.
man, you are a Colorado fan
No,
throughout.
but listen,
How you
listen,
see that? Iowa
listen.
State is playing lights out.
Okay, listen. You're talking about Iowa State's defense. Now, in the game prior to UCF, they were talking about the good points that our defense made and how they've been playing throughout the year and waiting for them to put an entire half together. I mean, an entire game together. And I'm thinking if our defense can be as consistent going forward as they were in that UCF game, we can score with anyone.
Oh yeah, no scoring is.
But
no
hold on,
problem.
I got a question though, because Colorado plays Texas Tech during this season.
They do.
So
We don't play
if
BYU, thank God.
no, so right. So if Colorado
Boy, let me do
beats
my forehead
Texas
like that. Thank you, Lord.
Texas Tech, the odds of you facing them again, unless they don't lose, is not. But who do you have winning that first game? Then first, before I ask the last question, do you have it Colorado or Texas Tech?
Well, the fan in me says Colorado, but
Okay.
you know, Texas Tech is. I mean, they're real. I mean, I hear you all talking about BYU. I don't know. I don't know until they face some consistent fire. Like which team? I'm sorry.
This is what I was going to
I'm
say,
sorry.
is that if Texas Tech wins, then you probably are not going to see them in the rematch because you're going to have Iowa or BYU,
Right,
and Texas
right.
Tech.
Well,
So basically,
I mean, if they stay consistent, it. I don't want to get off point. That's why I keep hesitating and pausing because there's another comment I want to make. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. But
Hey,
one
Ron, let me ask you a question.
I don't think one loss is going to keep you out of the championship game. Somewhere, somehow, someone with one loss will be in there.
Well, that's true because if you look at the conference right now, the only teams that haven't lost are West Virginia, Colorado, Iowa State, BYU, Texas Tech. That's going to change.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to change, and then everybody's going to have one loss really soon. But I got a question for you though. You keep saying that BYU haven't faced, were you pausing on the BYU haven't faced consistent good teams? Did you pause on that, or did you say, were you still standing on that? Because
no, I was pausing on this, Harry. Which of those top teams could survive the schedule that they gave CU this year? Look at how many.
Look at BYU's schedule though. SMU, K-State, Baylor. I mean, that's not a shabby schedule. They've already beat a couple of ranked teams. So,
but see, I was saying that from the beginning of the season. Whoever gave Colorado that schedule just did not like them, because that's put it like this: is it if Colorado sweeps the rest of this schedule, they deserve to be at the top, because that's a hard one. Put it like this: that's going to be a bruise. You might win, but it's going to be a bruise in the rest of this the next 7 games.
So
yeah, it's going to be bruising.
Let's put it this way: Colorado. This is Colorado's litmus test as far as if this team really that good? You know, that question that everybody's asking, is this team really that good? Colorado beat K-State. This team is really that good. Then the rest of the schedule looks like, oh yeah, we good. We can sit back now and just blow some smoke. We're gonna be like, some of us are gonna be like, we become super fans.
I don't think y'all. I don't think Colorado basically goes undefeated the rest of the season.
Not undefeated, but we become super fans. Because if you look at their schedule, K-State on their schedule is probably one. It's probably the toughest teams besides Texas Tech that's left. Everybody else is going to be like, oh, if we can beat K-State, then forget about it. That means that everybody else is beatable.
No, well, everybody is beatable, but I think you would be not wise if you look at if you get past K-State and think, oh, well, the rest of the schedule we're gonna dominate. I would not do that at all.
See, you're using the word dominate. Ain't nobody said anything about right. Right. So right. So let's not start getting into that when y'all make words and then y'all put it into our mouths. Pause. Right. We're not gonna do that. Right. We're not saying that. Colorado's not saying that. I'm just
Harry,
saying,
I can't move the goalpost if I don't say that. I've got to move the goalpost. I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
I'm saying legitimately, right? You beat K-State. This is the game where if you beat K-State like you beat UCF, then Colorado becomes legit, and the rest of the schedule looks like, okay, you know what? The rest of the games we're gonna relax, and we know that Colorado's gonna compete because I believe K-State's own defensive line can get to Shador. Do we not believe that on this panel? This is our Achilles heel. Our Achilles heel is Shador being down, not being able, running for his life, and not being able to do what Shador does. Because in every single game on this schedule, we have the better quarterback. Point blank, period. I don't care what you're smoking on any Saturday. Shador becomes is the best quarterback in the competition, right? Hands down. So if Shador stays up with K-State, we have a good chance of winning. And then the rest of the schedule, and if we win that, the rest of the schedule is like, oh, all right, we good. Am I going too far and stepping too far out there?
Yes.
You didn't already fell off the cliff. I mean, how you going? You can't. Hey,
I said
since Cincinnati got some defensive linemen that gets back there in the backfield pretty quick. If you haven't watched them. If so, go and watch some of the highlights.
Who's left that's Nebraska, guys? I'm trying to understand it.
Utah.
Tell me who's left that's Nebraska.
Utah, Oklahoma State, Cincinnati, K-State, in my opinion.
So we got 4 teams that's Nebraska?
That can get back there, yes. With the O-line, I'm looking at the O-line we have, and I'm looking at the talent of these other opponents. And what they do.
Panda said I'm tripping. So okay. So all right, thank you guys for grounding me. Okay, bringing me back to reality. So let's put it this way: are y'all sure that K-State is Nebraska? Because I don't want to hear anything other than after it's over. I don't want to hear something different. Are y'all really sure that K-State is Nebraska?
Harry, let me say this.
Hey, Wild Dog, what up with you, man? I hope you all is well. Go ahead, Tom. Go ahead, Ron, because you know what I'm doing, right, Ron?
I understand exactly what you're doing, but I just want to bring you back to reality.
All right, please bring me back to reality.
CU beats K-State by 3 touchdowns or a field goal. Or 1 point, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
The issue is not going to be that CU beat a ranked team. It's that K-State didn't play their best that weekend or that day.
The same thing that DC is saying right now with BYU.
What do you mean? No, I'm talking about.
He's saying that BYU.
We're talking about CU right now.
I know, but I'm saying the same thing that DC is saying when BYU beats those teams. He's saying that when BYU beat K-State 38-9, he said K-State played up. They couldn't do anything correct. So that was the case. So if you're saying if CU repeats what BYU did to them, then it'll be the same thing. It'll be that they couldn't do anything right.
Well, I mean that's what the pundits are going to say. Did you hear all that they were saying prior to the Baylor game? It's really going to be a dogfight. It's real blah, blah, blah. And it was. So they were right. But you hear what they were saying prior to the UCF game. It was like, please don't even mention that to me. Barely, UCF is going to beat them by at minimum 2 touchdowns.
Right. Because that's how they had it.
Or more.
That's how Vegas had it.
They just blew it over. It was a loss for CU. CU goes in there and whoops up on UCF, and all of a sudden now they're dirt. Once they get their legs back under them, I mean they're gonna start back playing the ball that they know they have the talent to play.
But Ron,
UCF
let me
is
play
not
devil's
garbage at
advocate real
all.
quick. What if that was luck, though? What if that was luck, Ron?
Luck
What
is
if
not
that was
21.
luck and CU's not able to repeat what they did in Florida? They're not able to do that in Boulder.
That's the Baylor game. The Baylor game was luck. The Baylor game
So you
was
think
luck.
CU has found their footing and now it's not going to be luck?
I tell you what, that the offensive line is getting better. That's what I know. That's factual. They are getting better. The coaches are being more creative. We have a defensive coordinator that is out of his mind in evaluating and adjusting in-game situation. We have a coach that is inspiring that defensive line to go crazy on that field. And they are improving. The defense is improving. This is the best thing that could happen to CU right now as they go forward gelling. I'm thinking that CU hasn't even not because of what Dion said, but just seeing where they started from, playing NDSU to beating UCF. They have not even begun to peak yet. I mean, you got Shador Sanders looking at the running back as he runs. I mean, doing something that you do in Pee Wee, looking at the running back running to the offensive line. You don't do that. That I'm hoping that will be corrected this game. Small things like that make you.
The more we say it, the more that they'll change it. So keep saying it.
Well,
I want you to because for some odd reason, this show is like the wind under their wings. Okay, we say we put pressure on something very specific that they're doing that is an impediment, and then for some reason we watch the game and we're like, oh look, they're not doing that no more. Look, Shador is actually tucking. He's tucking the ball in and he's actually rolling out the linebackers. Right.
So it's
go ahead. Finish your thoughts so I can bring on Panda.
It's something that well, I'm done. Bring Panda on.
Hey Panda, welcome to the show, Panda. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, brother.
What's up, panel?
What's up, man? Hey, do me a favor and put away your CU earbuds for a second, because we're having grown man conversation right now. All right. So put away
it's tattooed in.
Huh?
It's tattooed in. That's difficult.
Oh dang. It's tattooed. Okay. You can keep them in, but try to be objective a little bit. All right. Let me.
You might want to up for a prayer first.
We might need to lay hands, right? Pause. Anyways, so listen, I got. Let me put the schedule back up so you can see this, right? Let me put this schedule back up. I want you to answer this question before we go on. We're about to get into CU. What CU needs to do to win this game on the defensive side of the ball. Shiloh's back, by the way. As it stands, who do you see winning? Who do you see in that Big 12 championship?
CU versus CU.
Man, stop playing with me. Get serious, man.
At this moment, man, BYU have beat everybody convincingly. I want to say CU because I'm a real bandwagon buff. I don't know, somewhere Harry fell off the truck. I don't know if the bandwagon's still in Harry, but pause. But I really believe CU will shock people, but realistically, it's looking like Texas and BYU.
So listen, man, I created this whole bandwagon situation, and I'm still bandwagon. Now, I would say this, though. At the end of the day, the idea of bandwagon is for Prime. We believe in Prime, right?
Mm-hmm.
We believe in Prime. So we know that Prime is capable of doing what he does. So the bandwagon doesn't mean that you're not a fan. The bandwagon just means we believe in Prime. So, but believing in Prime doesn't mean that the people that he has recruited, they're going to show up consistently. This is going to be our very first test to see them put it together 2 times in a row. This will be the very first time we can see if they do that. right? If they're able to compete, and TH said earlier that K-State does not need to be Nebraska to BCU, which I will agree. But this is the nuance that we got to talk about. This is the thing. Listen to this. Tim is. Let me put Tim back. Okay, welcome back, Tim. So listen to this. If I'm under the belief that if Colorado is able to keep Shador upright and we're able to compete, this is what I mean by competing. That means Shador is able to make his reads. He has a few seconds to be able to throw the ball. That means compete, and then our defense does what it does regularly on the regular. If we're able to do that, I give the advantage to CU. So when I say if they're not going to be if K-State is not Nebraska, I don't know how K-State beats BCU with trading points. Do y'all think that K-State is K-State can trade points with Colorado and win?
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Harry,
All right,
Harry,
let's talk about that. Let me go ahead, Panda. You just arrived. Let me get your thoughts on that. Can K-State survive with trading points, airing it out with Colorado and survive?
Yes.
Tell me why. Explain. Tell me how.
One of the things that we have as a disadvantage is there is more tape on us. So every team, we 5 who are 6-5 games in, we have faced different opponents with different styles. So coach and analysts who are prepping, we do the same thing, they do the same thing. And one of the things they would have learned from Nebraska is Nebraska was doing like an X thing where the old lines were picking up. It's not like 2 man against 1, but the way how they was doing it, I don't know if Tim could help me out, but they were double teaming in a different style, and it was throwing people off, and the reads were bad, right? But here comes in the professionalism of Lowhood and the O line. They made adjustments. They made adjustments with personnel. They made adjustments with the way how they lined up and who they put at guard and whatever. The issue arises is we haven't seen anybody with that Dylan Edwards and how they use him. They're not just using him out the back. They're using him on a screen/dump. Like they're using him in 3 different ways, right? And I think the way how the K-State O-line plays and how they design their runs, we haven't seen it like that. And that's all I'm saying as far as their ability to put up the runs like we do. They have the ability. The quarterback is also elusive, right? We were taught that we would see that type of style with UCF, but I don't think that he showed up as himself. Yes, the defense did phenomenal. Yes, they shut him down, but they were running over 300. So kudos to California. I gotta say California. Colorado did an amazing job at adjusting to him, but there were things that we did to adjust that were out of our power. Meaning, the hurricane forced us to sit in, and coach said, "You know what? I noticed when they're able to do that, they are more locked in and they perform better. As far as field play goes, they could keep up. Matter is probably going to be used a lot in this game."
All right, you got 10 seconds, man. Close it up. Bring it to go. Okay. All right. So let me bring on CU fan.
Hey,
CU fan, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Good. All right. So hold on for 1 second. I'll get to you in a second. But I want to hear from let's hear from Tim Smith. Do you articulate for me K-State trading points for points and surviving CU? I don't see it, but let me see. Let me hear somebody articulate it.
Okay, bam. Here we go. All right. You may want to grab your pen and paper.
Okay.
Their quarterback, he would be the best dual threat quarterback that we've seen thus far. Next to, well, I would say he would be the best dual threat quarterback in my opinion, in the Big 12 that we'll face this season. He can hurt us with his legs, and he can he can hurt us with the pass too. But he do throw
Are
a
you
lot of
sure, Tim?
hold on, let me finish. He
Okay.
do throw a lot of interceptions,
Okay.
but you don't know what you may get. But he can hurt us with his legs. He's a good quarterback. Okay, they also have a running back, like I stated, that ran for over 1,200 yards last season, that can get the job done on the ground. Not only that, they inherited a little speedy back named Dylan Edwards from CU that they will go to a pro set on you. Now
Exactly.
you got to be able to cover both of those, and they run in wheel routes. We don't have linebackers that can keep up with them on the edges.
With
That's
the
just
speed.
facts with their speed. That's facts. Okay. The third thing, and all of these factors are just trading points with CU. Okay. They also have a tied end, a legitimate
Just wondering
tied
why my
end
blood pressure
that
is so high.
that can catch, that can block, that is very active in their offensive schemes. You have to pay attention to him as well. And they have a lot, they run a lot of crossing routes. And they have some speedy wide receivers that
Amen.
can run good route. They're good route runners. And some of them got speed. So therefore that's why I see, and they got an offensive line that can block as well. So they can trade points for points. But I believe in our defense, but that's just my analogy on trading points for points.
Can I say one thing to that, Harry?
You can't say one thing because I'm coming to you. One thing for you is 12 things. So hold on, Panda. Just hold on for a second. DC, if you're still here.
All right, I'll keep it. Go ahead.
Go ahead and give me your I'm doing this for a very specific reason.
I
We
will
did the
say
same thing with UCF, and it didn't turn out that way, but let me hear your thoughts.
all right. One thing I wanted you to put in your bag, Harry, real quick is, do you even? I know they're gonna bring him probably, but do you bring Shiloh back on and not let Silman Craig stay on that field? I think you do, but let's get into this. If you look at the game,
Why are they not going to play together?
Yeah, why don't they play together? And they will play together.
What do you mean? They are going to play together.
They're going to play together.
You got a good mix going on right now.
Forget about
they
that. Anyway,
rotate.
Go into your spiel. Give me your spiel. Get about Shiloh for a second.
Time you wanted it to stay the same, how you switch up?
I think if your last game where you had the best defensive showing ever for CU, I don't know why you mess with that chemistry, but nevertheless,
you don't mess with it. You make it better. You're not messing with it. You're making it better.
DC, they've been the other safety along with Silman Craig. They've been rotating those young guys.
Don't change the goalpost.
They've been rotating those guys. Okay, go on with your point, man. Leave our defensive line.
Give me your point.
So my point is that if you look at the game of if you look at NDSU, you look at Baylor, and you look at UCF, and even a little bit of I won't do CSU. It's that when the quarterback ran, it hurt. They got massive yardage against Colorado's defense. Now, understand UCF game is that dude, that became one-dimensional. He couldn't pass for anything. But when he ran, he ran. Now you have to look at Avery Johnson is probably going to be the fastest quarterback that you have faced. So at the end of the day he's still able to move. And even though he might not be as accurate as a passer as Shador, he's still accurate enough to beat you. Again, let me say it's a difference between can and will. I'm not saying he will, but I'm definitely saying, can they go back and forth against Colorado's defense? Kansas State can.
All right, Panda. Before I go to see you, fan, your turn, and try to keep it short, man. Like we can't do these 3-minute introspectives. Go ahead, Panda.
Sure.
How do this trade points and how do they come off?
I was just going to add to what Ron said by saying Dylan Edwards is third string on that team. Like they also have another running back. But what I'm trying to explain also, I saw somebody saying something about Dylan only getting 2 to 5 yards. Dylan isn't the primary running back. That's not how they use him. And that's why I think Tim was trying to explain.
He has packages.
Right. The packages are more dynamic that CU has seen. That's the only thing I think is the main point I'm trying to make. And what Ron did is bring up an argument based on the chemistry and the packages that we are about to see. Is Shiloh fit? Forget his ability to be headache gang.
Why is there a Shiloh question? What are we doing?
Yeah, but
no, it's KC. It's whether KC can go point for point.
Into the game. You ask point to point.
All right,
So
let me put that in the next
KC.
segment. We'll do a Shiloh segment in a second. I'm talking about point for point. Let's
right. But the reason why I mentioned that, Harry, is because you are not countering K-State's speed.
The question is about K-State. How can they go point for point with CU?
And that is what I'm explaining, is because of the fitness. I said if he is fit ready, it has to do with speed and Dylan Edwards, and they're using him as a receiver, covering him. I'm talking football. A lot of y'all are just trying to respond to me. Y'all not listening to the point. But that was just the point. That's it.
But Panda is saying, but Panda has a point, because we're not CU's offense doesn't play K-State's offense. K-State's offense plays CU defense. They have played well, but we already, what he's talking about, that makes it's valid. It's a valid point.
Okay. Who's up next? Harry? Me?
CU fan. Not yet. CU fan. Go ahead, CU fan, please.
Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
So K-State going toe to toe with scores. Can they withstand Colorado going score for score? And how?
Yes, because K-State is a very balanced team. They have a team that can produce through the air or through the ground. They mainly through the ground, because they're more of a running game than they are a passing game. But they're going to be able to control that clock and be able to go toe to toe with them because of their balanced team. And that's what I've always wanted for CU, to have a really balanced team, because when you have a balanced team, you get that respect of, we got to defend against both occasions.
All right, Ron, your turn. Go.
Real quick before Ron, I'm sorry, Ron. Hey, CU fan, they will say they will try to control the clock because CU didn't control the time of possession for the last 2 games. But that's all I was gonna say.
All right, go ahead, Ron.
Okay. I think it was DC or someone mentioned that quarterback running. He's probably very close to being the fastest individual on that team. And his running, the quarterback running.
Not Dylan Edwards.
Well, I'm including Dylan Edwards. And if they choose to do functional passing, crossing routes, quick passes to offset the rush that is getting better with the rush defense, if they're able to incorporate that, I think they could move the ball. If we don't have a situation where we control that running quarterback, I'm checking the box that the standard run defense is going to show up. Now we need to deal with the plays where they have for that quarterback to get outside the pocket or get to that second level. We need to deal with him because there's no one other than Travis Hunter that could catch him in the open field if he gets loose.
So, all right. So all what y'all are saying, do y'all recognize? Do y'all realize that this is what y'all said or what people were saying about UCF?
It's not the same.
This
Harry.
is encouraging me. I'll tell you why it's encouraging me. it's encouraging me because if Colorado, it sounds familiar. If Colorado shows up and can compete, I think Avery's going to get exposed. Colorado has a really good run stop defense, and that's one of the biggest things that K-State is known for is running the ball. So if Colorado's run stop defense shows up and stops them, just like the 300+ yard UCF was stopped, then that means that Colorado is legit. So if Colorado goes in there and does what they do, then we're going to have another UCF situation.
No, you're not gonna have that.
No, you're not.
No, you are
not,
not
Harry.
gonna
You're
have that.
missing,
Harry.
you're missing some
Harry.
key points, Harry.
Harry, go take something to drink, Harry, and come
Harry,
back.
you're
All
missing
right.
some
Go
key,
drink
you're
some water
missing
and
some
come
key
back, Harry.
things.
I'm not missing the key points. I
Yes, you
promise you,
are.
I've been listening.
Okay,
Harry, drink
okay.
some
Here
water
you go,
and come
Harry.
back.
This is what I'm finna throw on your plate, real
Go
quick.
ahead.
Okay. K-State.
Make sure you got some goat meat on there too.
Hey, it's goat meat and it's seasoned. All right.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Let's go.
what I'm finna say is K-State is known for running the ball. UCF is known for running the football.
Uh-huh.
But these are the key factors that UCF does not have that K-State do have, and they use well.
Mhm.
Our linebackers are going to be challenged at the highest level.
But that's fine. That's
coming.
okay.
Hold on. In the passing game.
The cross routes.
No, not the cross routes.
Those wheel routes.
If they those wheel routes,
That's
they
what I meant
have
to say.
a
You're right.
tight end. They have a tight end that is going to get out and run his routes. So whoever's playing linebacker is going to have to play in coverage this week for majority of the game. Is what I'm saying. So forget the run like we seen with UCF. They're not one-dimensional. See, you expose UCF. That's why Florida beat them the way that they beat them. Because UCF, only thing they really can lean on is the run. K-State can lean on the run and the pass and make it balanced.
Well,
How many running yards does UCF have, and how many running yards does K-State have? Let's look at it.
Look at the teams
But
that they
you
play.
can't look at it like that, Harry. You got to look who they playing and what the other team was giving them.
Oh, so
well, let's look at our defense
And
against
that's
their
So
offense.
it doesn't matter now. So what do we
You
use?
have
I mean,
football,
I
bro.
can't
Hey,
do
Harry,
anything.
let's look at let's look at our defense against their offense. What if we run a nickel? We drop Silman Craig down close on the weak side, close to the line of scrimmage. He's down there anyway, and bring another DB in.
How often do we play that, Ron?
Well, I haven't seen it this year.
Okay, then.
I haven't seen it this
So
year, but
we doing current CU, not a fantasy CU.
no, you have to adjust
I
for the
agree.
team that you're playing.
You are totally
And
right.
if
I'm
you
agreeing
have-
with you 100%.
If you have Dylan Edwards lined up in the backfield, you better bring someone in the game that could deal with him on that wheel route.
Well,
'Cause
I
they'll-
would say what Ron's saying, if they make that adjustment, I have no problem with CU. But if we go into zone,
Can I say this before I bring him on? I think him wants to come on. Let me say this before I bring him on. I hear something familiar, something that I can almost touch it, where it sounds like the adjustments that other teams make are always way better than the adjustments that CU make. We're falling victim to that again.
But you're doing the same thing. If you think about it,
Okay.
you're expecting that K-State is going to not make their adjustments as well. That's why I used to think
But
of
this is what I'm
Can and
saying.
Will.
This is what I said, DC. I don't know of any team in the Big 12 that has a better quarterback than Shador. That's one. We also have one of the best players in Shador in Travis Hunter. That's two, right? Remember now, these are my perimeters. If Colorado, that's why I asked you earlier, is K-State's defense Nebraska, where Shador would be running for his life and we would not be comfortable at all? If the answer to that is no, Colorado's going to be able to compete, then I think we're gonna have a repeat of UCF.
Yes.
Why not?
I'll
Why,
say
but
yes.
could it be repeated Baylor? Because they only got one sack on you. That's what I'm saying, is that I get what you're saying, but you're judging that you're judging the
But
performance.
Baylor is how many games back? Because we thinking that Colorado is the same Colorado. Even people are talking about NDSU.
My point
Calm down, Harry. You're being
I'm
neutral.
making to you is that you're living off the assumption that the best game that UCF played, that Colorado played, which was against UCF, and they did a phenomenal job.
Hey, y'all mute your microphones, guys.
Is what you're going to see every game, and I can say to you that that's possible. It's possible.
Hold on. You said Colorado or UCF?
Colorado. What I'm saying is
no. Remember what we said though. There's a disclaimer here. This is not this is Colorado is going to do. Remember now, the disclaimer has to be who shows up. Remember the last show we had? Who shows up? If the Colorado that played the complete UCF game shows up, that is what I'm hoping for. I'm not saying it will.
I got you, but notice that but you're saying don't go back to a game, but you go back to the example of you go back to the example of if they don't get a pass rush like Nebraska, then we're going to be good. But at the end of the day is if you have to look at that, that's what Tim was saying, context. UCF was one-dimensional, and Colorado did a phenomenal job for playing.
Who made them one-dimensional? Colorado did.
No, not necessarily.
Quarterback is not really.
Not necessarily.
Colorado made them one-dimensional.
No, Harry.
That's the same thing we're talking about.
Harry.
When you said BYU and K-State, you said K-State could not do anything.
Harry.
I'm under the impression that it was BYU that made them that way.
No, but I watched the game. You did. That's what I'm sitting here saying.
You got that on me. You do have that on me.
What I'm saying to you is
somebody send me the link. I want to watch that game. So
I'm saying
don't have one on me.
I'm just saying to you is that I'm not saying that the game against UCF, that's not the Colorado that shows up. I hope that's the Colorado that shows up. What I am sitting up here saying, if you're looking in context, is that, all right, the reason why they were number one in rushing, why do you think they were number one in rushing?
Because they play really bad teams? I mean, I don't know.
Well, also because they wasn't really passing. Notice that his passes, how many interceptions did he throw that game?
He threw
and understand this. By no means am I saying that, I'm not saying that Colorado did not cause some of their difficulties. They did.
Right.
But I'm also sitting here saying to you that still was a one-dimensional team to a certain degree as well.
I don't agree.
But
okay.
Harry,
I agree.
Harry,
hold on.
How often was he throwing the ball successfully? How often was he moving the ball in the air? What makes you a balanced team is when the running team could throw the ball. And what we are telling you is do not bring UCF ideology to K-State. You have to.
That's the only thing I got. That was the last game.
No.
You cannot leave K-State. You cannot use UCF out. Let me tell you why. Because Colorado used the 11 personnel, and the 11 personnel. Remember last show we brought Joe Klatt on, and Joe Klatt was our helper, and he broke it down. He said they created an environment where it confused UCF because they were not used to some of the things that we were doing. They watched our tape with the 10 personnel, but when we used the 11 personnel, it helped us to secure the outsides, which made it easier for teams like Nebraska to come through real easily. So once we took that away, Shedeur had more. Harry. You can't talk when I'm talking. Give me a second. Once that happened, Shedeur had a few more seconds for him to be able to make more reads. And when Shedeur is able to do that, he is going to beat the opposition, I would say 60% of the time. I'm telling you, that's what
I would agree with you on that aspect, but the one-dimensional,
we're not debating that, Harry.
Hold on, Panda. UCF has been one-dimensional all season. Any school,
okay. Well, then
any
if
team,
that's the case, then yeah.
Any team that has a 90% run, 10% pass, you're one-dimensional.
Okay.
Okay. And check this out.
One-dimensional run team, or with the
hold on, Harry.
Offense.
But Harry, check this out.
Trying to explain
but check this out, Harry. Let me just say this one last thing.
I can't leave my guests in the green room. Make this point, DC. Let me bring
Let
him
me
on.
say this one last thing. Is that notice when CU was one-dimensional, they struggled. Once they became two-dimensional, it was a totally different ball game, and that's what changed the thing. So that's the point that we're making. CU is making in-season adjustments, and they will work. I'm just saying is that I don't think K-State is a pushover, and I think they can move the ball. But nevertheless,
right.
hey, but while you bring him on, I gotta jump off. I'm gonna listen. And hey, great show. Love y'all, chat. Love you, panel. We'll talk. I'm still listening.
All right, DC.
All right,
Peace.
DC. Have a good one, brother.
Hey, him. Welcome to the show, brother. How you doing today? Thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
Can I respond now, Harry?
Yeah, man. But out of all, every time I just joined this show, Harry, this is the only time you has been 100% correct.
I don't want to be 100% correct to you.
Wait. Let me
That's
finish.
one of my opportunities to battle you.
Okay. But this is what I'm saying is that you can't say that a team that stopped the best rush team in the league, you can't say that that don't matter because they one dimensional. That matters. And if you're telling us that Kansas State is a good running team and we showed you that we can stop the best running team, how can you disagree with Harry and say that don't matter? You can't use that. No, that's wait. Harry point is even bigger because you have a team that's all they can do, and you find a way to shut them out and stop them and blow them out. Y'all gotta understand. I can guarantee you, before this show, before that game, y'all wasn't. That was a 14-point underdog. I know y'all was picking UCF, right?
No, we was not. I did not.
Not you, but most of y'all were. Most of y'all were going with America. Let's be real.
I did not.
The point that I'm making to you is
that's why I wanted
one of the main facts people were saying here.
I was like, that's why I asked everybody on the panel. I'm like, are y'all sure? Like because when people are making their assessments, I'm like, I'm trying to take note because obviously I don't know everything. So I'm trying to understand. Okay, so remember last week we were before the UCF game, everybody was saying UCF was a run team, and their quarterback could run and everything. And then next we stopped them. And but now it don't matter. I'm like, I need to understand where I'm at each week. Go ahead.
Let me say this here and let y'all go. Only way K-State beat Colorado is if they got a D line like Nebraska. If they don't have a D line like Nebraska, and I don't know. I'm asking y'all too. I don't know. But if they don't have that D line, they will lose to CU. I promise you.
Right.
And one thing we have.
That's what I'm thinking too. That's why I keep asking y'all. Are y'all sure they have a Nebraska line that can get to Shador and make him run for his life? If that's the case, then we don't stand a chance.
Hey,
can I respond?
Harry, hold on, Panda.
So this is
hold on, Panda. Let Tim speak.
I've been waiting about 4 cycles.
Him said that you got to have a line like Nebraska. That's false information, bro. Like,
no, Tim. I didn't say you misunderstood me. I didn't say you gotta have. I say unless you have a line like Nebraska, CU will be. This is what I'm saying. That's all.
Okay, well let me put
now. If you tell me that they got a line like that, then I'm gonna
let me put this into the perspective.
All right.
K-State runs a 3-3-5 defense.
Okay.
If Kansas can get pressure on Shador with just 3 individuals, with 3 defensive linemen, it's a long day for CU at home.
That's what we're saying.
That's a fact.
That's what we're saying.
But with that in consideration, they run a lot of different stunts with their linebackers to bring blitzes. So we haven't seen that just yet.
Great point, Tim. But I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm asking you is, do they have top 10 first-round D linemen like Nebraska has? Yes or no?
They don't have those 2 individuals that Nebraska has.
They
don't. I give you that. But what they have.
Okay, hold on, Tim. Because Panda got to chime in here. So I guess that's where I'm trying to get at. Because again, I don't know K-State like that. And again, Colorado's only problem that we know for sure is that offensive line cannot stop people from getting at Shador. Whenever Shador stays in that pocket or is able to get a few 2.5 to 3 seconds, we know that Colorado is favored. I don't care what Vegas says. Vegas got it all the way wrong with UCF.
Facts.
So
That's a fact.
we know here on this channel, based on our analysis, based on the guys that we in preseason, we do everything to just look at the good, bad, and ugly. We know for sure that if Colorado can stand in the pocket and give Shador an opportunity, K-State is going to have a long day for them. And then our defense is playing, our run defense is stopping people.
I agree, Harry. I'm not against that. That's not what I'm saying.
Where am I missing then?
This is what I'm. This is. I'm protecting that 10.
All right, Tim, you got 20 seconds. Let Panda after 20 seconds.
I'm sorry, Panda. I'm looking at their strengths and their weaknesses. That's what I'm looking at. Our O-line, I know our O-line is not the best, but they're progressing. Okay, going into this week, there's 3 defensive linemen and those 3 linebackers. They're going to throw different stunts. They're going to come. They're going to get pressure on Shador. I'm hoping that our O-line holds up to give him the time to make his reads. But other than that, they're coming, is what I'm saying. And they're not UCF, but they are on the level of Nebraska.
Okay, but that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to get an understanding. And I just want to say shout out to white boy Mike. Hey, man, Mike sent me an email this week, and him and I went back and forth one time. And then he was like, Harry B, I was wrong. The next time you could do a live, I'm going to give you a super chat. Mike is a man of his word. Mike, I want to say salute to you. Thank you very much for the super chat. Next time you want me to cook you, I'll do it for free. Okay. All right. But anyways, I'm just joking. But anyways, thank you, Mike, for the super chat. I appreciate you, brother. You are a good man.
Hey,
all right. Hold on. No. Let's be fair. Let's get Panda in here. He's been waiting patiently. All right, Panda, go ahead. Give us your thoughts.
I think what you did, Harry, is setting us up to look bad. Because the question you asked,
I want understanding. That's all
I'm finished.
It's the same understanding I wanted for. Okay, hold on, Panda. I'll let you have it. It's the same understanding that I asked for UCF because I didn't know them, and y'all told me yes. Oh, UCF is like this. Their quarterback is that. And then I told y'all, I don't believe y'all. I think Colorado's going to give them 40. And guess what? I was right.
But
I was right.
And you were the only one.
So I think I'm about to be right. I was the only one that said Colorado will win by 40. And guess what? I think I'm about to be right again. But anyways, go ahead, Panda.
Harry, you asked us what will make if they could compete. So the answer we are answering is if they could compete. I think people in the chat is thinking that we don't think they could win. That was not the question. So I just want to.
Oh, so y'all, people are getting at y'all in the comments? I didn't know that.
Clarify.
Let me clarify. I'm asking my panel if Colorado can compete or if Nebraska's defense is going to show up on Saturday. That's what I'm asking them. So I want to get understanding because when I make my predictions.
That wasn't a question, Harry. You was asking if K-State could go score to score.
No, we're off of that. We've been off of that. We exhausted that. We're done with that. That was a long time ago. We're done with that.
Harry, somebody in the comments said that, I think it was him who said if they showed up with that Nebraska type defense, then it's a whole different story.
Yes,
so
that's what he was seconding what I said. I asked y'all, do y'all think that K-State has a Nebraska defense? And because the idea of Colorado is always, this is my thought, Colorado is always going to be favored in the Big 12 or against many teams in college football. If Colorado's offense can give Colorado a quarterback, Shador Sanders, who's the best quarterback in college football, if he can stay upright and have time to do his reads, I don't know too many teams that can beat Colorado.
Too many weapons. Harry, at 5 games in, we have to look at the whole conference all over again.
I don't have to because I've been paying attention.
The reason why I'm saying that is the preseason recommendations and the first and 2 game flukes are out. So at 5 games in, you have to look at the whole conference and then say, okay, going forward, the team that made the most adjustments, I would say Colorado adjusted the best. so far. That loss to Nebraska was the best thing that happened to us because we made the best adjustment going forward. With the adjustments that Colorado made, I am liking them going forward. Now, with the question coming up against K-State, if the same defense show up, it's problematic because they are showing up to challenge a running offense. What only thing I think Tim and I is trying to tell you is Colorado have to show up for a balanced offense. That's the only pushback we say. We are not saying that they're incapable. We are not saying that they're not going to show up and ball out. I believe that Colorado has more wide receivers to outdo them. Period.
All right. So Panda, tell Big Bro, was I wrong? He said, bro, you've been wrong every week. Was I wrong about Colorado scoring 40 points?
Nah, you the only one predicted it that close too.
So Big Bro,
I said
you gotta be my son.
Yeah, you the only one predicted it that close.
So Big Bro, don't speak on things you don't know, because I'm a little bit more right on this channel than I am wrong. I guarantee you.
Let's stay on topic, Harry.
Listen, I wanna chime in here. Now we've been talking about how CU is going to react, and I like to take this thing with Kansas State coming to Boulder at that higher elevation, that they don't show up and play like they did against BYU. That's one thing that they have to be concerned with, that they're there and to play their best game, both halves.
You talking about the adjustment for the air?
Yeah, the altitude.
The altitude and K-State and the play and the performance of the K-State players. If they don't come in and pull as you all said, they flopped against BYU. They don't come into Boulder, and have a flop. Even though you take CU, got all that hype, and we're all pumped up and ready to go against Nebraska, and got punched in the mouth. And I'm having a feeling like K-State, looking at CU, seeing that they're so beatable. Oh my gosh, if they had only did this, if they had only did that, they could have beat them.
Mm-hmm.
And then, having to deal with Green and Okalola, or whatever his name is, on the other defensive end, and the block bully in the middle.
Right.
And having to deal with that, face to face.
Right.
And
it's
then
a difference between seeing them on Instagram and actually having to play them.
Right.
And
right.
guess what?
And don't leave this out, Harry, when you never played them. See, that's the thing. People forget. They never played this group. This is a new group.
Right.
They don't have that much film on this group.
And listen, and two teams have actually said that. They said Colorado is better than we thought. So when the players are saying that Colorado is better than we thought, I think the word is starting to get around, right? So Colorado has to elevate their game even higher. But that's what I'm saying. I think people lean more on teams that maybe have consistently been showing their that they're a balanced team, and Colorado has only done it once since Dion has arrived. I think that's what a lot of the analysis come from. I don't think it's coming from this current team. I think it's coming from the fact that K-State has been consistent. So yes, it's easy for you to co-sign K-State, and it's a little bit harder to co-sign Colorado. But that's why I put the disclaimer on it. I said if CU the CU that showed up in Florida during that storm, if CU shows up and Colorado is able to protect Shador, I think it's going to be a long day for K-State.
What's K-State ranked?
I think
what K-State ranked is?
People will be confused again.
18th.
They will be confused. They're going to do that thing that DC did, where he's not giving the credit to BYU. I think people are going to be confused and say, no, they think K-State beat themselves. They're not going to give it to CU.
But Harry, I look at the Baylor game, right? I'm more impressed with the Baylor game. You know why? They had more heart. They didn't give up on the game.
So
So this new CU team has more heart, and that means a lot when it comes to football. I just think they have the heart in them to be the dog, to be like, yo, we ain't going out like that. And I think that makes a difference with this CU team. And I said 5 games in, when you get that loss earlier on, it really helps you to say, you know what, the trajectory is up.
It sounded bad when I said it, but remember I said I'm glad CU lost the way that they lost, because since then it's been a different CU. It's been a different CU at like the way that they're playing. The coaches stepped up. It seems like the coaches even got better. Coach Brown got better. So everything about CU is trending in the right direction, and everything got better. So that's why I'm not. Listen, maybe an hour into the show, I stepped out on the limb and I almost jumped off. But I think I was kind of speculatively talking. But now what I'm leaning into is just the idea of, man, if that CU at UCF shows up, I don't know. I think Avery might get exposed in this game.
it's not only that, Harry. See,
Okay.
this is what people forgetting. Hold on, wait. This is what people forget. Y'all still talking about the defense versus Avery. What I'm stuck on is how good is that defense to stop 12-2. That's what nobody's talking. That's what I want to hear from y'all who's disagreeing. Tell me about that defense that K-State got. Those cornerbacks. I heard about the linebackers from Tim. I know how good they can be, the 3-3, all that. I'm talking about, tell me, be real with yourself. In the Big 12 conference, is these the secondary? Is this the best secondary? One of the best secondary? I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not disagreeing. I'm asking. Tell us the truth.
I'm asking too.
Okay, so the thing about stopping 2-12 is all you have to do is stop 2 and you stop 12.
No, yeah, that's been the entire thing that we've been talking about, right? We literally said, if 2, everything is contingent upon 2. If 2 can compete, so I think that's where the conversation has to start there. If 2 cannot compete, tell me now, and I would take back everything I've said in this
Harry,
show.
Look,
it's not a
okay.
compete.
Hold on. Let's see you fan go. He was talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so yes, he can compete if he stands up. Like, that's one thing that I give.
If he stands up?
Yes, if he can stand up.
But that's the question. Can he stand up?
He can, because
can he? Okay, then.
Yes, because K-State does not have the caliber defensive line that Nebraska had. But that does not mean that they won't compete. Look at what happened to I believe it was the Baylor game? Yeah, the Baylor game where they did stunts on him, and they were just going after him like crazy. You don't think that they're going to look at that and say, okay, our offensive line, we can do stunts on them and they can't block them. We progressed on the offensive line, but if we can keep number 2 up, we may be able to control the game. We may be able to be just scoring left and right.
Right. That's my question. The first question that we exhausted was going score for score. Because because a lot of y'all said, yes, they can compete. I mean, they're going to be able to go score for score, head to head. But I don't know that they can. I don't know that K-State, if they're trading points, that they're going to be able to keep up with CU. Because CU can.
They can, Harry.
All right, so I concede to that.
But Tim, you're saying they can, but what me and Harry are saying is we have proof that we have shut the number 1 Russian attack down. What proof do y'all have? What number 1 or number top 10 defense that K-State has ran through or just put up a bunch of points?
Well, first of all, let me say this.
That K-State defense is not that good.
Let me say this. Well, let me say this. I'm not saying that I'm for K-State. I'm for Colorado. But me, the way I assess things, I look at strengths and weaknesses to make a comparison on how I feel like the game is gonna go. But I can say this: if we have two good linebackers that has been stopping the run, right?
You lost it.
Right? Have we faced
You lost it.
a pro set offense yet this season?
You said
No,
Colorado?
Yes. Have
no.
Colorado seen?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
exactly.
Nebraska.
Now,
Yes. Nebraska.
okay. Now, with that being said, with the caliber of players that K-State have on one side and Dylan Edwards on the other side, two speedy backs. We seen what the wheel route did to us at UCF, right?
Man, I'm not convinced, Tim. I don't
No,
know,
no, no,
Tim.
no,
I'm
no, no,
not
no.
convinced,
Listen,
bro.
hey, listen. If you,
Yeah,
Harry,
we seen. You're right. We saw that.
if you eliminate those our linebackers,
That's
if
a
you
big
eliminate,
if, bro. That's a big I and an F.
Yeah, but that has to do with the
man,
packages. So listen to what
man,
I'm saying. I'm
I'm
not saying
I'm
he's right.
I'm gonna let y'all. I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna let you. Cause Harry, I've been right 2 weekends in a row. Only thing I ain't been right on is the scores.
The
But
only
everything
thing
else that I told you that was gonna happen happened. And I'm gonna
I
sit
just,
back
I
and I'm
just,
But
gonna
I
didn't you?
just
But
listen.
want to, I
no,
just
Tim.
want y'all to
Tim, you
tell
said
us.
only
UCF.
thing
You said UCF was like that in the run game, and we stopped them too. So remember that,
Hey, UCF
That's what you're
is
not
like that
saying.
in the run game,
That's
and
what
we
you're
did
not
stop
saying.
them.
right? So
That's
Tim,
what I feel like you're not giving
hold on, him.
enough
Hold
credit.
on 1 second, him. Tim, I mean, just to be fair, and you know how this show goes. You've been here forever,
Right,
right? You also remember I lean on y'all for information and for data to be able to make my mind up.
right.
Remember, you told me when I asked y'all, you said that that K what's his name? KJ or something like that? Their,
KJ Garrison.
their quarterback,
Uh-huh.
the UCF quarterback. You said that quarterback could run
That wasn't
and that
me.
UCF
That
had
may have been
the
somebody else. That wasn't me. I said they running back.
no. Let me just let you know
Okay.
what you told me. You said you were like everybody else that was saying they had the number one run offense, they had the number one running team in college football, and their
Correct.
quarterback could run. He was a mobile quarterback. After we shut his little fat butt down, then guess what? That's the same thing you're telling me now because I'm asking you. I don't know. So I'm asking y'all, are you sure once again? Because the second we do this and Colorado goes in there and take on this team and says,
Mm-hmm.
hey, man, no, we're not going to let you do this. Because one thing you have to understand, one thing I need y'all to understand is Colorado is not sleeping. They're not laying down and crying, oh, war to us. Oh, Lord, it's K-State.
Mm-hmm.
The DC coordinator, the defensive coordinator, right?
Mm-hmm.
this ain't the same feel, right?
Hold
This
on.
is a different feel, right?
Livingston is not laying down and he's
He
unlike
rock
me.
steady.
He's going to take that tape and find out everything they're doing with Dylan Edwards. He's going to
Mm-hmm.
find out everything they're doing with what's their running back's name? 31. What's
They
31?
not RJ Harvey. I know that. Let me ask you that, Tim. Is they
What is
running back
31's
good?
name? Hold on, I'm not done. What's their running back name?
I don't know, but if Phil pick
Okay.
CU,
Hold on. Livingston, he taught us in the beginning, I don't have a playbook. I take every opportunity from every team. I watch them and I take my team and say, this is how we're gonna play them. I'm under the impression that Livingston is going to figure out what they're doing with Dylan Edwards, figure out what they're doing with Giddings. I don't know his name. 31. Their running back, their number one running back. He's probably the number one running back in the Pac-12. I mean the Big 12. Sorry. So he's going to figure out what they're going to try to do with the run, and he's going to have an answer for Giddings. I think his name is Giddings, right? DJ Giddings or something like that. He's Giddings, whatever his name is.
DJ Giddings.
DJ Giddings. Thank you. He's going to figure out what they're going to do with DJ Giddings, and because Colorado is Dylan Edwards was a former Colorado player, they're going to try to give him a leg up. So Livingston is going to shut him down.
They're gonna shut him down.
He's going to take him out the game on the first play. You ain't doing nothing here. I don't care if you used to be here. Who cares about you? You're not going to be a factor, Mr. Third String.
That's a fact.
Get up out of here. So those guys know what's coming. Ain't nobody sleeping at Colorado thinking that these guys are not good. They know what they got coming for them. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. Everything you guys are saying, I understand, but it seems like you're not thinking about Livingston. It seems like you don't care about Pat Shermer and his 11-man committee that he just realized that, oh, if we use this tight end, you mean we can give Shador a few more seconds? And with Shador having a few more seconds, we can do X, Y, and Z? Y'all think that's not going to take place? Anyways, before I give it to somebody else, see you about 10. Phil So Real, what up, man? My God, thank you for the super chat. Phil has been more accurate than me on this channel, and he's been saying how Colorado was going to dominate, and he's been on point. All right, so Phil So Real, I appreciate you, brother. I know you couldn't come on. I saw your message. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for watching. Also, DC is also in the chat, and he's also
Still hurt about that.
Go ahead, Panda.
That's all.
Go ahead, Panda. That was you. You wanted to say something. No, was that him or Panda?
No, I was just messing with Phil. I was like, if Phil choose.
No, that was me. I was trying to ask Tim, what record did you have CU having going in? Like what you had them at? Their record for the year?
Tim is at 10-2.
I'm at 10-2. I ain't never changed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, a lot of people have had him at 8-4.
8-4. Okay.
I got him at 8-4. Tim got him at 10-2. He's trying to protect that 10-2, but I think that K-State might be his second. I don't know. Is K-State your second, Tim?
No, K-State is not my second.
Okay.
And I was just looking at, because we playing them at home. But what I'm saying is Nebraska wasn't even my first. But I said,
Right, I don't
well,
think
I
anybody
ain't got
chose
but
Nebraska
one
to beat us.
I ain't got but one more loss. I mean, but two more losses. But what I'm saying
you got one, well, two more.
I got two more.
Yeah, to knock you out. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm
Run, mute your mic, bro.
Okay. What I'm saying is, yes, Harry, you're right. I'm just answering the questions based off how you're asking them.
Mm-hmm.
But what do I see? If Colorado come out and take away the run and force K-State to pass the ball, I'll take my chances
with CU.
With I know I'll take my chances getting beat in the air versus you beating me on the ground. Because K-State is known for a balance, but they got a quarterback that been throwing interceptions this season. So I'd rather you try to beat me in the air versus beating me on the ground.
See, Tim, and I agree.
But that's the problem. They're not going to beat them in the air.
You force them to beat you in the air.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Go ahead,
right.
CU fan. Go ahead.
Okay, so K-State, if you stop them on the ground, they're going to be forced to pass. And let's be real. K-State's quarterback is not Shador Sanders. All right. He is not going to be able to do what Shador Sanders does. So if you want him to shut down the running game, then we're going to have the passing game attack. Will they get? I believe that they'll focus on the short passes, the slants. They're not going to do a deep pass like what Shador would do. I don't think that he's capable of really pushing that limit. And I agree with Tim. Now, what I'm trying to say is we're just making comments about what the situation is. I'm a CU fan, so I understand what Livingston has done and what he's capable of doing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a huge limit that he can like create so much greatness with that defense. But what I'm concerned about is that, hey, let's not go in there and think that K-State will be any kind of pushover, because unfortunately,
saying that.
Unfortunately, if we don't see what we saw last week or 2 weeks ago,
it's a wrap.
We're going to be in trouble. Yes, because we made
it's going to be a long 10 o'clock night for us.
we may convert back to the Baylor game, to the Nebraska game, to the North Dakota's game. We may look at that and think, man, what the heck are we doing? Because we were actually in control of the game last 2 weeks against UCF. We were actually in charge of the whole situation. And did we give up some things? Yeah, we gave up some things. But the defense doesn't have me a big concern. K-State's defense is not a huge concern to me. Are they capable of stopping us? Yeah. I mean, a lot of defenses have stopped us. But are they a big concern? No. I think we're going to Shadori's going to have enough time to pass the ball. But also, because K-State plays 3-3-5 most of the time, I also believe we're going to be able to run the ball.
Honestly,
okay. If everybody agrees on this panel that Colorado will be able to keep Shador standing on his 2 feet, and he's going to be with his heavy feet, with his concrete feet, be able to take a few steps back. Is that who's microphone?
Mute your mic, bro.
Yo, if you're not talking, guys, if y'all are saying to me that Shador will be able to step back there and be able to throw that ball, I'm just gonna let y'all know right now that it's not gonna be Colorado that's gonna be worried about them. No, we're gonna be having a good old time, all right, and we're just gonna sit back and enjoy the game, because at that point we're gonna pick them apart. And I'm telling you, we got too many weapons.
Well, I think another thing that we a point that we've missed concerning CU is the running attack that CU is now incorporating into its offense. So that's I don't know how well K-State is as far against the run, but that's another point that another thing that their defensive coordinator will have to adjust.
Right.
The advancement of the CU running attack.
Also, something that has a concern to me is for the last 2 games, we've seen a tendency of what CU has done, which, I mean, if you're going to be an analyst and you look at this type of stuff, they're beginning to be more balanced, and their pass run ratio is around 40. So if you're looking at that, you may be looking at, okay, they're slowing down on the run. Let's start bringing out the pass packages.
Yeah, but
hold on. See you, Buff Dynasty said our assessments are wrong. I want to know, like, what are we saying wrong? Because I don't know. So, do we think that if Colorado can compete, that CU is not going to have a multi-score game, or are we saying if the Nebraska CU shows up that K-State's going to have a great night? I don't know.
Why are you going so far back, Harry?
The reason why I'm going for me to give you a perspective so you can understand where I'm going with what I'm.
This is why I'm pushing back on that perspective.
Which perspective are you pushing back on?
I'm pushing back that CU will never go back to the CU that played Nebraska. Never.
You're saying CU will never go back to
that CU again. Never.
I don't know about that, man. I'm skeptical.
Huh?
I'm skeptical. I can't say that.
And this is why I'm trying to tell you. You have to look at the 5-game mark at the whole conference. We are the most adjusted team, meaning that the O-line adjusted, the defense adjusted, the run quality adjusted. We are the most adjusted team right now. So
I'm going to push back on you.
That don't mean that they can't fall back into their nonsense. No, but go ahead, Steve.
I don't mind them falling, but I don't see them falling back to Nebraska. Somebody wanted to respond. You go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to push back a little bit on you, Panda. Okay, so they have a chance of going back to what we saw in Nebraska. Why? Because although we saw our coaching staff be a lot better against UCF, we're still talking about prime here, okay? We're still talking about prime.
Don't say it like that.
All
Come,
right. No, I say it
Lord.
like this. I say it like this. No, wait. I say it like this because Prime has pride. You've seen every interview. He's always got a little, he has to throw something out, a little jab out there to show people that he's still got a little pride in him. And it's okay to have a little bit of pride, but sometimes his pride
decisions.
Because his pride gets in his way a lot of times, and he starts making bad coaching decisions.
Okay, that's a good point. Let me make this. Let me add this too. In The Walking Dead, which is the new series that I'm watching. Whenever they said this quote, they say whenever you go dumb, or whenever you either act dumb or you do something to be dumb, that's when you die. Everybody that's acted stupid and acted dumb, they have died. So I can hear what you're saying with where if he lets that pride get in his way, it makes him dumb, and then that dumb turns into death. So I get it from that standpoint. Let me bring on Rennie, who is new to the show. Hey, Rennie, welcome to the show, brother. I thank you for calling in. Thank you for, I don't know if you're a brother, but thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a brother.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, man. From Brooklyn, New York. Got to represent the East.
Brooklyn, stand up. Let's go.
Yeah, I've been listening to the dialogue. A couple of things I noticed, and I've been putting it in the chat. When it comes to K-State, they haven't really had a signature win road. Obviously they got blown out by BYU. I think that was kind of a game. I don't think you can learn a whole lot from that game because K-State played terrible. I don't think they're going to play that bad against CU.
Okay.
And obviously they had to come back to beat a Tulane team. Now during games, AJ Johnson, he's thrown about 59% completion, 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in the road games, right? So they haven't proven to me yet that they've beaten anyone on the road. And then in the chat, last year, CU's team, as bad as it was in terms of defense, they couldn't stop anyone. They couldn't tackle anyone. In home, the most lost by is 7 points. And that was last year.
Well, the entire season, CU only lost by 1 score. On
one
of their
score
loss.
at home.
8 games they lost.
I'm talking about at home. They've only lost by the most they've lost by at home in a game is 7, and that was a terrible CU team. Now the spread is 5.5, or 5, or whatever the case. Now a lot of people don't understand that George Hilo was sneaky, very great hire. Nakai Hill-Green played for George Hilo when Nakai Hill-Green was at Michigan and George Hilo was the linebackers coach. So after the first NDSU game, you saw Nakai be put in the starting line, and the rest was history. We have one of the linebacker core in the nation, and they're not getting the credit for it. These guys can.
They rank Rennie.
Huh?
They were ranked as the defense.
Exactly.
Run stop defense. Well, the PFF is ranking them number 3. So
exactly, and that's after we played a team that ran the ball 23% of the time before they faced us in UCF, right? And they stopped 177 yards, which may seem like a lot, but we know that we stopped them from putting up 376, which they averaged. They only ran 40% what they ran on other teams, and that's a stop. Now K-State is averaging 252 yards on the ground. Now I'm saying if we keep them to 150 yards, under 150 yards, which we're capable of doing because that average for the year, 150 something, we win that game easily. K-State averaging 7 yards per carry when it comes to their major runners, which is the quarterback, DJ Giddens and Dylan Edwards. If we keep them to roughly 4.5 per carry, which we're capable of, and we've been doing that with teams, we win that game.
Right.
I
But
make
not just that, but we got to score.
no. Listen, no. Listen, we have to score. One of the things that Shermer did that a lot of people haven't been talking much about, UCF, he did mostly 11 personnel. And for the folks who may not know what 11 personnel is, basically incorporated the tight end, took off one of the wide receivers, and so you give the quarterback more protection, right? So 65% plays in UCF, the tight end was on the field. A lot of people didn't realize that. So that's another reason why Shadur was protected so much more. And obviously he's going to continue with that. So Shadur is going to get more protection, and we're going to be able to throw the ball to our wide receivers.
So that's
right.
see, all right. So
We
look,
talked about
Ren-
that already.
yeah, we did. So Rennie, this is
Okay,
this
okay,
is,
okay. I wasn't there for that. So forgive
yeah, that
me.
was the
I'll
last
just
show.
say one other thing. I'll just say one other thing.
Mhm.
We score in the first half. If we can up anywhere between 14 and 21 points in the first half, we win that game. Because we've only been giving up 5.2 points in the second half on average, right? So I want to AJ Johnson a pocket passer. He's averaging 61%. He's have touchdowns and four interception. And I trust that our DB are going to do the job as best as possible to keep them from getting big plays. I don't mind if we don't sack him, to be honest with you. If we sack him, fine. That's great. But I prefer to contain him over sacking him. Once we contain him into the pocket, we win that game.
So okay, I'm going to make a bold prediction, and I'm going to say that the defense is going to get 2 scores. The offense is going to score, but the defense is going to be very major in this game. And listen, I'm not convinced, because usually we will get like heavy trolling in here. We're not getting that. Have y'all noticed in the chat we're not getting the trolling that we used to getting trolled?
Yeah, but they say we negative though. They say we don't like CU, so that's probably why.
Who don't like CU?
You see in the comments somebody said that's why I stopped looking, because y'all don't like CU. Some people don't.
Oh no, but I get that every day. I get that. My channel is like that. Okay, people, it's a love-hate relationship.
When that happened, like, it never been like that.
Oh no, I get that a lot, because the people thinking that I'm still a pom-pom channel. I'm not a pom-pom channel. I stopped being a pom-pom channel when last season was over. But there's a lot of people that still don't understand that. And when the second they hear me being critical, then it's like, oh, what happens to this channel?
The reason why I say that, I see other people who was be here in other places, and they go on the other channels and give super chats. But when they come over here, they like, nah, we ain't giving Harry nothing. Yo.
Oh no, it's all good though. It's all good. But we have real conversations. That's why I'm asking y'all. That's why I be asking y'all, like, hey man, let's make sure that the panel, you got Tim on here. Tim is definitely, he's familiar with the Big 12. We got some other guys that are familiar with the Big 12, and for the most part understand CU and what CU has. That's why I'm asking. I lean on y'all a lot. So I'm like, hey, are y'all sure you know this team like you're saying they are? Because I don't want to come back and be having that post-game analysis, and then we start moving that goalpost and say, oh no, this
we
person
cried a lot last year, bro. Like, we cried a lot last
year. Hey Harry, I want to make a comment and
an
analysis. Now, I think as fans, whether you're a pom-pom fan, super fan, or just a fly-by-night fan, you take Alabama fans. Alabama lost against Vanderbilt. I don't think their fans think any least of that team that they're going to bounce back the next game. We are on the opposite end with CU climbing. Not that we hope and we want them to win, and not that they will win. We hope and we wish that they win. So that nervousness is still flowing through our blood. wishing and hoping for them to win each and every game, one weekend at a time, instead of having that confidence of, no, we got this. We got this. And I
this will be the game, though. This will be the game. We win this game.
I think that's coming.
I think that's what it is.
Coming.
So we win this game, and then I think the CU fan base will relax a little bit more, and then start calling back for Nebraska. I think we won Nebraska because after this game, we're gonna, because I asked y'all, I said, y'all sure that UCF is the game? Then some people said yeah, but then UCF became not the game. So I said, okay, fine. Let me find another game. So now we agree that this is the game, right? Like everybody agrees that this is the game, right?
Yeah, you're right. Let me tell you something. If we win this game, which I do believe we will win this game, then we're talking about Big 12 championship. Then talking about possibly making the playoffs. I'll tell you why. Because
pause on that.
Oklahoma State is not the Oklahoma State that we thought it's going to be. They get their acts together, right? Ollie Gordon and these folks and the quarterback, they're in disarray right now. So unless they get their act together, by the time we're ready to play them, we can win the way it stands now, right?
Yeah,
Utah, true. Cam Rising is out. And the coach is not saying anything about Cam Rising. And without Cam Rising, we beat Utah because Utah beat us by 1 score last year. We had a backup quarter, and we went into Utah. It was on the road for us, right? So Utah is proving that they can get beaten because they can't score without their quarterback. So those are 2 games that we thought was going to be tough. And if Cam Rising is out, we a game. It's at home.
Who's the quarterback that beat us last year with Utah?
I think it's the same back, but we played our backup quarterback because Shador was out that game. That was
they both played with backup quarterback, Rennie, if you remember. They both played with backup quarterback.
Right, but what I'm saying
I think the assessment is if we have Shador, then we'll be the
that's
better,
what I'm saying. But that's what I'm because Utah is playing with a backup quarterback, and Cam Rising may be out the whole season. No one is even talking about when he's coming. Right. So
it's time for that guy to just go try for the NFL or the CFL.
I mean, he's been playing for Utah damn near 30 years now.
Yeah.
You know? So what I'm saying is those are 2 teams that we thought we would have a uphill battle. And it seems like the way it is right now, those are not the teams that we thought that they are. I mean, the only other team apart from K-State that can give us a run for our money, in my view, is Arizona.
No, Iowa State.
But we're not playing. But they're not on our schedule. They're not,
let me help you out with that.
Wait, hold on. Iowa State's not on our schedule?
No.
They're in the Big 12, but they're not on our schedule.
They're not in our schedule. That's
we
what
don't
I'm
play
saying.
Iowa State.
But Rennie, what's your score for the season?
I was tripping.
Let me just say. Oh, sorry.
What you calling on the season? 10-2. 9-3, 8-4.
I'm saying. Okay. I'm saying this is what I'm saying.
Based on where we at now,
they win K-State. They win K-State. They're going 10-2. That's a fact. If they beat K-State, they're going 10-2.
Harry, if they beat K-State, are you going to adjust your thing?
No.
No, Harry can't adjust.
Harry, Harry, chill out, man.
I'm not adjusting.
Hold on, say that again.
I know why I'm not adjusting though.
No. Say what was the question?
No, it's the same question I was asking Harry if he's going to adjust. Harry said they would be 8 and something, right?
8-4.
So I said after they win, because we all agree they're going to win Saturday. After they win, our people are going to adjust and say, okay.
Wait, be careful. We're not all agreeing that they're going to win on Saturday. I have criteria. I'm not just saying we're going to win. I'm saying,
Harry, you just lost Saturday people.
No, I don't care about losing people. I lose people every time I come on. Some people don't like the way I look. Some people love the way I look. I'm saying there are criteria. If there's a big if.
Nah, you gotta know by now, Harry. You gotta know.
Hey,
There's no
Rennie.
way to know.
If we beat K State on Saturday, we're
How you
going
gonna
10.
know?
I'm gonna tell you why. Texas Tech and Cincinnati, they put up numbers. Defense there is horrendous. They can't stop anyone. Look at the games. I've watched those, and their defense is terrible.
We play
Hey, Rennie.
Cincinnati at home too.
Hey, Rennie, if you think that it's gonna be easy for CU to go into Lubbock and
Oh,
beat
I'm not
Texas,
saying it's easy now.
but
I'm
you
not
said
saying it's
after the
easy.
K State, pretty much, you said going bowling and possible playoffs.
Yeah.
That's what you said.
No, what I'm saying is this is what
Nah,
I'm
don't
saying.
change up
He's
now.
saying,
No,
hey,
no, no.
hey,
I'm not saying.
Tim, you got
Let
them
me
for
speak.
10 and
Let
2.
me
He said
speak.
they're going 10 and
Let me
2.
speak.
Yeah,
Let me speak.
I'm
Let
still
me
riding
speak.
10 and 2.
Let me said if they beat K State, they go 10 and 2. They're gonna be in the Big Ten championship. And if you're in the Big Ten championship, you have a great position to make it to the play,
If they
right?
go 10 and 2, they may be in the Big 12 championship
What are you
because
talking
BYU,
about?
huh?
They're gonna have one loss in the conference. If they have one loss in the conference, they're gonna be in the Big Ten championship. What are you talking about?
Y'all went from a bowl game to championship, boys. Y'all
I'm
excited. I
not,
like
I'm
it.
not, I'm
I
not in
like
no.
it.
I never said that, but I'm still on bowl game. But what I'm saying is, I ain't looking that far, bro. I have my reasonings, but what I am saying is, you go 1-0 each week.
I
All
agree.
these other teams,
I
they
agree.
don't even matter right now because we
I
haven't
agree.
gotten to that. Now that
I agree.
okay, you said OSU the way they playing. I don't know if you heard the beginning of the show,
I
but just
didn't.
go back. Okay, go back and watch it at a later time because I ain't gonna touch too much on it and hear what we said about OSU.
Is
Sum it
Texas
up. Sum it up.
is
What did you
Texas
say
going to
about
be like
OSU?
Nebraska audience?
Huh?
Is Texas audience going to be like Nebraska? The great one is
Man,
saying
that
that.
place gonna be rocking in Lubbock. It ain't nothing down there. They don't have nothing else but to do but rock in that stadium.
Okay. All right, but I mean, but we already used to that. So the good thing is we took that L when we went to the Red Sea. We took that L and we know how that 90,000 we
Listen.
hold up.
Just Google. I just Google it. Texas Tech stadium capacity is about 1,000. Nebraska was
Is how
90,000.
many?
Texas Tech capacity is about 60,000. Nebraska is 90,000.
Yeah, so it's not going to be the same. It
That
will
place
be
is gonna be jumping.
it will
I'm
be
not saying
jumping,
it's
but
the
it ain't going to be
capacity.
90,000 like
Yeah,
Nebraska.
right. I know that. I'm just saying you asked
Right. So
was it
so
gonna
the
be jumping?
the
Yeah.
crowd with Texas Tech, I'm not even trying to look down that far. I just want everybody to know I'm not listen, the TLP stands right now for Colorado to beat K-State. It is predicated upon Colorado showing up on the defensive side of the ball like we've consistently done. So I don't have no issues with the defense because I know we've been consistent all games. But the offense has to protect Shador. If we revert back to Shador running for his life and being sacked every other play, then it's going to be a long night for CU, and I think CU will lose.
They will never go back to Nebraska.
That's just how I feel. That's how I feel about that.
I think the running game is going to play a big part in this next game also.
I agree.
I mean, no one's mentioned that, but I really do. I think it's, like I said earlier, it's advancing as far as its creativity. And I really think that if they are going to be blitzing Shador with their linebackers, I think CU is going to take advantage of those opportunities with the run game.
Right. And then once the
Another
run game
thing,
starts to be established, then what happens is then it opens up for the pass, and we'll be able to, take advantage of that. And I think that's pretty much what I'm talking about. If
But
CU
I
is able
said
to
the same
compete,
thing and you shut it down.
what do you mean I shut it down? How am I going to shut
I
that?
said we at this stage of the conference, 5 games in, we have adjusted the most, and the run game is trending
No, but
up.
you're thinking that Colorado is not going to get spooked like we know they get spooked and they go away from the run.
I am saying that
Nobody, no CU fan that has the right mind that understands football and has been hurt by CU. The second that the other team gets up, CU tries to light it up on the pass and forget about the run. If that happens, that's what I'm saying. Let's say
the only reason that happened, Harry.
Hold on. Let's say God forbid. All right, Dylan Edwards runs the ball back. Let's say our special team doesn't show up. Dylan Edwards takes the ball, run it back 70-something yards, get a touchdown. All right, the next time we come in, we go 3-and-out. And then Avery Johnson gets the ball, does a quarterback sneak. They get 50 yards. The next time, the DJ Giddens runs it in. That's 2 scores. We're down. You think Colorado's going to run the ball from that point on?
Harry.
No.
Harry,
It's consistent that Prime passes the ball.
I'm just telling you, if that happens,
let me respond to that. Harry, this is what I want you to know. The only reason why CU has been so successful trending up is that we start scoring first. When we score first, it gives us the flexibility to do other things. Now, as far as the trend goes, CU likes to throw the ball. We are throwing team. All I'm saying is I don't see us being as ever horrible because I noticed the adjustments of the coaches. It's not the best adjustment. It's not the top class adjustment.
There is no adjustment. When Prime gets spooked,
that's right.
He goes to pass.
Coaches do that. See, you don't put that on Prime, man. All coaches.
No, because Prime is the one that's making the decisions.
Right. Not all coaches do that. There are coaches that when they go down, they still run because they understand that their game.
See you, I take that back. That's true.
Right. So their coaches, they're gonna keep running. If you look at Alabama, they did the same thing when they were down. They not Alabama but Georgia. When they were down, they said, you know what, it's okay. A little bit, 1 yard at a time. Let's get one first down at a time.
Did they win?
Huh?
Did they win?
That's the point that I'm making is teams that are committed to their game plan, they're not going to get spooked easily. They're just going to continue being successful, and they're going to give themselves an opportunity to come back. But the second that Colorado gets spooked, is pass. Nobody cares about the run, but the run is what helps us to be able to be competitive with these better O-lines, with these better D-lines. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
Harry,
what I'm saying.
The only reason I'm pushing back is when you are running, you are affecting time. So if you are 2 scores down, it's kind of tricky the way how CU have poor ball management. So we have to, what you're saying is correct, right? But we have to apply that to CU. CU doesn't have good clock management or ball possession.
Whose fault is that?
That's Prime's fault.
Whose fault is that? That's the coach's fault.
Man,
Listen,
Prime is the best
when you
coach.
saw Kirby Smart,
I like my CU. I'm back to last year.
Panda. When Kirby Smart was down, he never got spooked. Never. In that Alabama game, I saw that game. I stayed up and I saw that game. Never got spooked. He just kept going away. He just kept chipping away, telling his coordinators, all right, let's try this. All right, let's put this package in. Let's try that. He never got spooked. All he did was stick to his game plan and says, we're gonna get back in this game by one first down at a time. And before you knew it, because of that consistent way of just doing what they know they can do, boom, they came back. Even though they lost at the end, they came back. But that's what I'm saying. Colorado has to understand at all costs, you cannot get spooked and go away from the run that helps you to establish your pass. If you get spooked in this game, they're up 2 touchdowns, you get spooked and go away from the run and don't do no more running, we're done.
How did we come back against Baylor? Not by throwing the ball? I just went in my closet.
We ran the ball with Baylor.
I just went in my closet and I took out my pom-poms. I'm back. See you pom-pom in. Like, ain't nothing y'all can do about it.
One other thing that's also important with running backs, with having the running backs in, and they did a very good job of this in the game, is they did a good job of blocking. The running backs in the UCF game, if you look at the running backs, they did a really good job of blocking. In times, they had missed assignments. Because see, I watched the all films, so I get to see the entire thing looking at the all 22 film. Um, there were very pivotal moments that should an extra second to throw the ball because he had the block. On the pass where he threw that ball to Shepard, the running back was very integral in helping him get some extra time to throw that ball. And that was a third down. Mhm.
Rennie, I agree with you 100%. What the offensive coordinator was doing wrong, they was trying to use Charlie to block. Charlie had heart. He probably watching the best film, but he wasn't the best athlete. So they finally realized, like, okay, we have the right idea, and they put the right personnel and packages. So that's what I'm saying. As adjustment goes, I am seeing CU making better adjustment. So my pom-poms is gold and black, and I ain't playing.
Let me push back a little
Let
bit.
me speak on
Hold
this.
on, let me push back a little
Let
bit
Rennie
on that
finish.
one.
Well, I've been wanting to push back on Panda real quick because Panda has.
I wanted to push back on Panda too, but go ahead.
Because Panda has this thing about Prime is the whole world when he's not. Okay, Panda's not the best. Excuse me, Prime is not the best coach out there. Although I love CU, I know that Prime has a lot of tendencies that a lot of coaches see and say, "That's how I can beat them," coaching wise, because one of his tendencies that Prime has is, as Harry's been speaking, he gets spooked. And when he gets spooked, he puts it in number two's hands. And that's when the defensive coordinator looks at it and says, I got him. I'm going to send the blitz. I'm going to continue to pound him. And what happens? What do we see every game? Oh, they're sending the blitz. What do we have? Number two's running for his life, trying to get away.
It's a wrap.
Yeah.
Let's see you.
And he makes bad decisions. He doesn't throw the ball away. He starts running out of the
that
pocket.
has to do a lot with Shador not throwing the ball away or keeping the ball too long.
But
right?
who
That's
puts
part of
him
it,
in
right?
that position, though? Who puts
Yeah,
him
but
in
what I'm
that
saying,
position?
No.
Could you
Shador has a
agree?
lot of command. Shador has a lot of command of that offense. Shador can change the call whenever he thinks. No, whenever he feels. Because you have to understand, Prime gives a lot of leeway to Shador. Prime will always say, right? Shador's been a starting
You
quarterback.
just said it right there. Prime gives it to him.
No,
that's the
but
problem.
guess what? Hold on.
Also the reason why we won game.
Hold on. But let me say this. There's other coaches that give their back, depending on how experienced their quarterback is, a lot of leeway. So I don't think it's a bad thing that gives Shador the leeway to make those calls because he's a smart quarterback and anyone can say that. But it's up to Shador, like you said, to determine. You see, Shador's competitiveness also his weakness at times. He's so competitive and he always wants to make that play, and he always that he's going to be able to make that play. That when I watch the all 22 film, there's a guy open right there to check down that he misses because he's looking to make the play and he gets sacked. But there's
because
a guy
he's
right
looking
here
for one person.
Hey,
He's
Rennie.
looking-
No, that's not true.
Rennie, let me
That's not
add.
true. That's
Hold on,
not
Rennie.
true.
Hold on, Rennie. Hold on.
He doesn't go through his progressions.
Hold on. 1 second.
That's not true. Go ahead.
1 second. Shador is his own impediment. That's why we're saying that we need some specific things that he cannot check out of, because Shador has bad habits that tend to sneak up in the game at inopportune times. So that's why we're like, okay, there are times where we don't want Shador making the decisions because his bad habits will creep up at the wrong time when we're trying to do something very specific. Like, for instance, every single time we've gone for fourth downs in since Shador has been at the power 4 level, whenever Shador gets the opportunity, it's been 4 times I've counted. 4 times where Shador did not throw the ball or either have the understanding that if you throw the ball, we have a better chance for us to either have a good field goal if we tackle them, or at least if they drop it, we don't lose yards. Shador has kept the ball and never threw it and took the sack.
Is that a Prime issue or Shador issue?
Okay,
That's what we got to tell Prime, to tell him, you cannot not throw the ball. So somebody has to tell Shador, you have to throw the ball. But if you don't
Harry,
say
you never
nothing,
seen them telling him that?
no.
yeah. No. Prime has told him that. So this is the thing, Harry.
All right, then that's
Harry.
one of the situations.
Harry.
We don't know.
Harry,
That's a problem then. That's a coaching
Harry,
problem, because if he's not following the direction, then
That's
he's
a clear.
So see you. Let Renee finish,
That's
man.
That's a weakness.
Then don't go for it. Then that's
right?
it. Then don't go for it on 4th down with Shador.
Listen, no, you can't say that because the same thing that we're criticizing Shador for is the same thing Shador is also good at. But he needs to do a better job of being balanced. That's you. Because on the pass to Shepard, that was a 4th down pass. That was a 4th and 1 pass that he threw for a touchdown. A lot of people don't realize that was 4th and 1.
What
so
pass?
you can't say in
I don't
the
remember
UCF
any
game,
4th and 1.
No. Look at it. It was 4th and short, and he threw the ball to Shepard. Right.
I don't
so
remember.
You can't. I trust me. I look at all the film, so I know. So what I'm saying is this: he just needs to be more balanced and do a better job of either deciding that you're going to play, or you're going to throw it to a check down and you're going to get 4 or 5 yards and we'll take it. Right. So I don't want him to be stymied by taking away his ability to be flexible. But at the same time, he needs to grow in that area where he's like, hey, you know what? It's not there, not looking for it as much as I can. And there's other times where I could look for it and it's going to. But if you take that away from him, you're not going to get those plays where he's scrambling, hitting someone for 15, 20 yards. He just needs to he needs to be more balanced approach. That's all I'm saying.
We are 0-4 on 4th down conversions. 0-4. We are not good at that because Shador makes some bad decisions.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see something. Hold on.
So,
well, I tell you what.
I want to concede that. Okay, so Prime told him. Let me just say that I concede. So Prime told him. So that's not a Prime thing. I take that one back. So it's a Shador thing. But again, if you know that your son or your quarterback has that issue, then my solution would be don't put that in his hands. Then let's not go for it on 4th down. And then that conversation has to be, if you don't throw the ball and you keep taking sacks on 4th downs, then we're not going to go for it on 4th downs anymore. So he will understand that, hey, I'm trying to tell you to do something and you're not listening to me. So if you're not going to listen to me, then I'm not giving you the trust that I usually have with you. I'm not going to trust you to go for it on 4th down. If you tell
is that a coaching problem?
So we're not 0-4. Hold on. I just took a look at the stats because I'm very numbers. We're not 0-4 on 4th down. We're 2-8. So we have a 25%.
With 2-8.
Yeah, we're 2-8 on 4th down.
What about this year?
That's what I'm saying. This year I'm talking about. So we're
2-8 times. We went for it 8 times on 4th down.
We went for 4th down 8 times. We're 2-8, and 1 2 is the touchdown to Shepard.
I think one of the things we had to be. 1 second.
I'm looking at ESPN. I'm looking at ESPN. I'm looking at stats, and I'm looking at the team stats on ESPN.
All I'm saying, when we go on 4th down, the critique I would give to Prime, he does it in bad field position. So if that's what you're trying to say, I will give you that. But if that's not what you're trying to say, I'm pulling back out my pom-poms. Go Prime.
Well, listen. I like to chime in on the growth of Coach Prime in the last game when Colorado got the ball back just before half, and Shermer and
Shador was standing there and they were talking about a play that they were going to run to try to get the ball into the end zone. And Coach Bryan said no. Said no, get Mata in there. No, kick a field goal right now. And I thought that was
good
big
coaching.
of him.
That was coaching.
Yes. That was and last year and probably earlier in the season, I don't think he would have.
He's not doing that. He's not doing that. He's not doing that.
So I think once again that's
growth.
That's growth. That's a step in the right direction for him.
So then we can concede on that. We can concede to that and say, yeah. So if Coach Prime is making better decisions this year, and we saw what good decisions he made on at the UCF game, then yeah, we can say, okay, we trust that Coach Prime will make the right decisions. And some of these things he's going to have to communicate. And I don't know what he has to tell Shador. Because if you missed it 8 times, if somebody tells you to do something and you don't do it, and 4 times you don't do it and you take a sack, I don't know if I can trust you.
No, but Harry, you have to understand something. But you have to understand something, right? As bad, and I wouldn't even say it's bad. See, I will take that for Shador, and I would continue to coach him, and he knows he needs to improve. The reason why is he's going to make more right decisions than wrong decisions, right? At the end of the day, I'll take Shador Sanders over any quarterback in the Big 12 and possibly any quarterback in college football. So, okay, see numbers that I'm looking at. Good. So my thing is, do I throw the ball away more? Yes. Do I want him to check the ball down a little bit more? Yes. Do I hope that he grows from it? Yes. But even if he doesn't do that, I still think he'll put you in a position to win the game. And as long as my quarterback puts me in a position to win the game, and I know that I'm never going to be out of the game as long as it's there, I'll still take him over anyone else. That's what I have to say about him.
Hold on. Let me say
go ahead,
this.
Steve. Go ahead.
Okay, Shador has great tendencies, but he also has very bad tendencies. One of the things that I keep hearing from everybody, well, he's always started from high school to all the way to where he's at now. And I hate to tell you, if you've started all those time, you have tendencies to do certain stuff. And if he's not doing his checkdowns, his progression reads, then that's been a problem his whole career as a child.
No. I watched him.
There are things that he refuses to do. There's so many. If you look at the film, some of those things are he's looking for one specific person, and that is 12.
Not true.
That is true because there's been so many times that he's not going through his progression reads, and there are wide open wheel routes.
Let me ask this question.
I've watched all 22s.
Renee, hold on one second. Let me ask this question. Take Shador out and put Cam Ward in CU O-line. Does he perform? Take him out. Take Homeboy out of Nebraska O-line.
We can't say no. We can't say no. We don't know that. I mean, what are you talking about?
Come on, bro. You see what y'all doing there? I got my pump.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you mean? Cam Ward got a bad quarterback. This is not a yes or no question. That question is not a yes or no question. You cannot just say emphatically yes. No, Cam Ward is not going to perform. That's not.
Harry,
what? That's ludicrous. That sounds crazy.
By analysts.
Harry, Panda, we all agree that Shador is one of the best. But Shador is one of the best quarterbacks. We all agree on that. I don't think we're disagreeing on that at all.
Yeah, and nobody disagreeing, but you can't just say all these other quarterbacks. You can't just be like all these other quarterbacks would not be able to perform. That's not true.
In that O-line, does the analysts that hate him is saying this?
I don't agree with that. That's BS. That's straight up BS. I don't agree with that.
You are telling me who else have an O-line as bad as him?
Cam Ward would compete, man. Stop playing.
No. Cam Ward would compete.
Cam Ward would compete.
Cam Ward would compete, but let's be honest now.
Yeah, he ain't gonna be terrible. Like, come on, now. That dude's a good quarterback.
Last game.
What?
He was helped by the refs last game. Let's stop the
Who
nonsense.
cares about all of that? You just talk. The question you asked is what we're asked. We're talking about. We're not talking about refs or anything like that. Cam Ward would compete with Colorado's line. Stop playing.
What I'm
I don't
saying
want
is
to
this.
take anything against. I don't take anything away from Cam Ward, but I know there are two plays that stand out in my mind when he was pressured, and that's what I wanted to see.
Can't handle pressure.
When he was pressured, one play he fumbled, the other he threw an interception. So that made me, in my mind, think that that's something that Shador does really well. He handles that pressure because he's had to.
Yeah.
I'm not
not a
knocking
good
the
sample
talent.
size to be like
I'm
somebody's
not
not going to be able to
knocking the
compete.
talent of
This
Cam
one out,
Ward.
Harry.
I was just
You a trip.
making an observation of what I saw at that time. Now,
As much as I like Shador and I defend him to the death,
right?
There's no way that I'm saying Cam Ward cannot compete.
No,
with
I'm not
Colorado's
saying.
line.
I'm not.
No way.
I'm not saying that.
You're going too far. You are saying can't compete. That is a crazy statement to make.
You literally asked the question. That was your question. Can he
question
compete?
is,
And you want
if
us
you
to say
put
yes or
him-
no?
If you put him behind the CUO line, are you still that confident that he could perform like that when CU line cannot hold pressure? He cannot take pressure.
Nobody
we
can
don't do
perform
that.
if when they're not holding pressure.
Listen,
Nobody.
I'm
we
just
don't
giving you
do
an
that.
example
Listen,
of what pressure
I'm gonna
does.
say that we
Anyways,
don't
that was
know
a
that.
bad question. That was a really terrible question.
Listen,
No,
I
because you
think
was
that question is
critiquing
taking us
Shador.
off.
I'm defending Shador.
Listen, Harry, that question is taking us off track right now. That's a hypothetical question. Focus on that. What I'm saying is this. Someone said something about should being able to check down and check down and check down. That's not true. I've watched Shador. He started in Jackson State, so I've seen him since Jackson State. Shador has the and he's proven that he can do it.
You correct.
Right. In addition to that, there was a drive. I think it was either NDSU or CSU, where it was a 13-play drive, and they took over 8 minutes off the clock. And you know how they got down to scoring that touchdown? Shador was throwing 10 yards here, 3 yards there. They were backing up and they were giving him space to make those small. He did it. So to say that he can't or he refuses to do it is not true.
I have some pushback. I got pushback on that.
Okay,
Shador Sanders. I'm gonna make it real quick. Shador Sanders on those check downs. He's missing a lot of check downs this season. Not only that, he's not leading them in his passing. He either throwing it behind them or he's throwing it out. I mean, too far out in front of them. He's not putting
That's not
his.
true, man.
No,
I'm
his
sorry, say that
accuracy
again?
been bad.
No,
I will
his
agree
accuracy
with
is bad. His
I
accuracy
will
is
agree
bad.
with his accuracy, but I'm still saying he's the best with the O line he got. Period.
Shador is completing 70% passing. What are you talking about? He's completing 70% of his passing. You guys are telling me he is bad?
Okay, it doesn't. Accuracy doesn't mean that that the catching of the percentage. It means putting the ball in the area that the wide receiver can catch it. And if you've watched many of the passes, he has not been passing the ball accurate to a point where the wide receiver has to slow down or he's putting him in a position to get hurt.
We all agree on that.
I agree.
We all agree on that. Tim just said that we all agree.
But to say that he's not accurate, I mean, come on, man. To say he's not accurate, that's a stretch.
I think we're getting a little bit carried away when we start critiquing Shador to the point we are saying that he's
going to make Shador Jesus Christ or something. It's like, God.
Look, I'm not saying that Shador is a bad quarterback. I know he's a good quarterback, but his tendencies put us in a position sometimes to hurt ourselves.
So
just
Ron,
like Prime does.
CU fan, let me ask you this question. Has his tendencies helped us more than it hurt us? A simple question. Has Shador's flaws hurt us more than it helped us?
I would say that's a half and half because there's times
Oh
that
no, come on,
No,
man.
no, it's not half
Totally
and half.
disagree.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's not
Ron,
half and
Half
half.
and half.
Ron, you are banned for 5
Listen,
minutes.
I don't know.
Ron is banned for 5 minutes.
It's not
Not
Ron.
Ron, I mean CU fan.
CU fan, yeah, CU fan. It's not half and half. You're on the island
Half
on that
and
one.
half. You're
It's
making
not.
him an average
Okay, so
quarterback.
let me
No,
help
I'm not making an
CU
average
fan out.
quarterback.
Let me help CU fan out just a little bit.
First,
See-
you need to change his name before
Hold-
you start, Harry. Change your name from CU fan.
Let's go back to
CU
father.
No. I said it from
Hold
the
on,
very
hold
beginning.
on.
I came
Hold
down
on.
to this panel
Hold the thought.
saying that I will critique anybody for what they do. I'm a fan of Colorado, but I critique everybody and anybody. That goes to Prime, his family, and anybody on
We're
that
not worried
team.
about you. We're not questioning that. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. We don't mind. Listen, we protect people here. We protect people's views here. So don't worry about that. I'm good. So this is what we're saying. I think the sentiment is when you are a CU fan, right? And you're hoping for certain things to happen, and then at the most inopportune time, one of those Shador mistakes, they rear its ugly heads. So I don't believe, and I'll push back all day because I know that the numbers are right here, right? Shador's mistakes, they come at really bad times. Does that mean that it's 50-50? There's no way it's 50-50. All right. Every game, Shador would make two major mistakes. Out of every game that I've seen Shador makes, Shador would make two major mistakes that may cost us, like throwing across the defense and getting a boneheaded interception, and sometimes not getting out of the pocket. He would make some major mistakes. But at those mistakes, I would say the percentage would probably be like maybe 20%. It's not 50-50 by far. Because what Shador has done, we're 4-1 because of Shador. So
no,
we
1-4 to the way how he talking, we 1-4. The
Harry,
way how he talking,
Harry,
we
I'm
1-4.
glad you stats. Look at the stats from 2021 to 2024. Shador is a 70% passing quarterback.
Yeah.
He's averaged 70% over the last 3 years. Shador INT has been low. He's never gotten more than 8. And as bad as he started out this year, I don't think he's going to touch 8 INTs this year.
The INT that he got from NDSU, was it NDSU? Somebody's calf hit the ball.
Yeah, that was a fluke.
Yeah, that was a fluke.
That was the flukiest.
That one was bad. And then the one that he threw, I think with UCF,
It was
he
stupid.
threw the ball across the side, like that one. He knew right away. Well, yeah, when he let that one go, he knew right away. He was like, "Oh,
that one was stupid."
I just messed up." But Shador, I understand the frustration that CU fan has, and I know exactly where he's coming from. It feels so when you make such a big mistake, and we're looking to you as good as you are. It feels like it's a lot, but it's not. But he doesn't make that many mistakes. That's why I like him to be number 1 overall, and those are some of the points that I actually use to sell Shador as the number 1 overall, because he does make mistakes, but his mistakes he can recover from. Shador, his very first interception, everybody was ready to count Colorado out of the game. Everybody thought that, oh my God, the game is over. And then after that, he just took us all the way there. So yeah, I can't co-sign that.
I wouldn't say everybody, Harry.
I'm gonna say this. Shador is one of the most tested quarterbacks leading from last year to this. No quarterback has been under pressure more than Shador Sanders.
That's the best way to put it, Renee. That's the best way to put it.
No quarterback has been, and for him to put numbers under duress constantly tells me when he gets to and he has a better O-line, come on, man. Come on.
And we won't know that because when he goes to the NFL, we don't know where he's going. So we don't know if he's going to get a good O-line or not.
He's going to Miami.
But you skip from now to the NFL. Come on, man. Let's stay here. He is the best.
But we already know it does not have a good O-line. We have an average O-line. We don't know how good his O-line is going to be in the NFL.
It's not average.
They
It's
are
not average.
improving,
The O-line
man.
is below average. It's below average.
They're improving. They are improving.
No, they are. They
Yeah,
are. They are
y'all
improving.
keep talking. These guys watch the show, so y'all gotta be careful how y'all talk.
No,
These guys
no, I'm
are
gonna
not.
say this. No, I'm fair. I'm fair. They're improving. Yes, I agree with you. Currently, if you put the numbers up, it's still below average, but that doesn't mean that they can't improve the average.
Are they bad
They
as
can't.
last year?
No,
Absolutely
no.
not. Absolutely not.
So
And-
come
Last
on.
year we saw no.
There's a
and-
lot to be thankful for now. Come
And
on.
the UCF game,
Come on now.
the
We have a lot
UCF
to
game,
be thankful for.
they did a
Oh,
very good
no,
job.
let's get up out of here. Go ahead, Ron.
I said the offensive line during the UCF game, they graded out pretty good.
Did very good.
They
And
they
out
were
of
well
the two
above
sacks-
average. They may have
out of
been
the two sacks, one of
70s
those
or
sacks
80s
was
or something, but they did overall as an offensive
did
line,
very
they did
well.
very well.
Out
So,
of
all
the
right.
sacks, one of them was Shador's fault, right? So they did very well. And Seaton, especially over the last 2 years, 2 games, he's playing amazing.
For a freshman, wow.
No, this period over the last 2 games, he's playing amazing.
So, okay, Gerald D said, I made an argument about Shador making mistakes at the worst time. When you throw an interception in the beginning of the game, that can switch the momentum. That can take your momentum and crush your team
In
that
the
is
first
trying
drive,
to play.
Harry,
So, huh?
that was the first drive. They got a lot of game left. I'm not
I
sure.
know, but momentum.
The momentum haven't started yet, Harry.
You got to
No,
understand.
No, but
When you
Harry's
throw-
right.
You
If
throw
they
it,
scored, CF has scored that 7 point, that would take momentum away from Colorado.
Right.
Man, it's the
You're
first
trying
drive
to
of the
establish.
game.
Listen,
You're not watching. It's 4 quarters.
why are you screaming when somebody's talking, bro? You can talk, but I'm just trying to tell you. You start the game. Everything is equal. 0-0. You throw an interception. That team gets the momentum. They get their crowd into the game. They get everybody going. Their crowd cheering for them, and they score. They go up. That's a momentum thing that you don't want to do. That's a bad time. You don't want to throw an interception the first play of the game or first drive of the game. That is a bad time.
Nobody wants to do that. But
No,
then
but guess what? It doesn't mean they're going to lose.
I'm not saying they're going to
That's not
lose.
what
I'm
Harry's
just saying.
saying.
I'm
Harry's
saying
not saying that.
the argument is making mistakes at the worst, at really bad times that makes us, that gives us that makes us nervous. I'm not saying Colorado's going to lose, because obviously the other part of that argument that I made was that, okay, after that, people thinking that the game is over, but Shador then brings us back. So I'm saying, like, the mistakes are at bad times. That's why people look at those mistakes and they're like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I can't believe he just did that. So I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm just saying the timing maybe is not at the worst time, but he does make some mistakes that are very costly. So if I was to change the color of the argument, Shador does make some costly mistakes.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as a good mistake in football. All mistakes are costly.
Well, I think he was questioning the worst at the worst time. So if I was to change that up, I would say he does make some costly mistakes. And
okay, I could agree with that.
Yeah, he makes some costly mistakes that make you feel like, okay, he's like that, so I don't want to see that mistake. Like, come on, let's clean up. Listen, Ron Tate has been crying for one thing for. So let's end the show with this. Shador, if you are listening to us, please, for the love of football, when you hand the ball off, my guy, hide yourself. Don't look where it's going. Hide yourself. Be a magician like Caleb. Maybe call Caleb Williams. Say, look, how do you do that, bro? Can you help me out? If you don't know, that's another mistake that we are saying erase. All right? You're making a costly mistake. Thank you, Gerald, for helping me out. Yes, right? So please do not make the costly mistake of exposing our run play. All right? If you can help us with that, Shador, if you're listening, please change that already.
Follow through with your fakes.
Please.
After you hand the ball off, follow through with your fakes.
Please. Shador is too real. He can't be fake.
Well, you got to keep it 100, right?
On that note, let's get final thoughts and get out of here. Ron Tate, I'm starting with you.
Okay.
What is your final thoughts? Let's get up out of here.
Hey, Harry, I once again, this is a great opportunity for the pundits
and the haters to lift up that goalpost, just like the Vanderbilt fans, and move the goalpost again after this game, after CU wins this K State game, and I
Give
believe
us a
they'll
score,
win.
Ron.
Yes,
Give us a score.
CU by 17.
Woo.
Yeah.
Hey, Harry, I did say CU by 14 points against UCS.
Oh, hold on. Let me get my pen. So the panel. Okay, so Ron, hey, Wild Dog with doing the Lord's work. Wild Dog with the membership gift. I can't wait to Wild Dog is able to come back to the show. All right, so Ron, hey, Wild Dog, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for being in the chat and holding it down. You've been telling people to press the likes button. You've been doing the work, and I appreciate you, man. You never stop.
My bad, bro.
Press the like button. If you're on the panel, press the like button. Don't come on the panel and not press the like. Hey, listen, Ron, you said 17 points?
Yes.
Ron Tate.
Write it down, Harry.
I'm writing it down right now. Ron Tate equals 7. Well, we got a Friday show. We got a show before the show. Before I was going to do.
Yeah, they could change it on Friday, but
you can change it. Okay, so 17 points. All right. Are you done with your final thoughts, Ron?
Oh no, I wasn't.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your final thoughts.
Also, I believe our run game, the CU run game, is going to play a big part in this game. I think they'll rush for 150 plus this game as a unit. And
what's the math on that? It's the when we rush for over 90 yards, we win the game. Is that the math?
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying that since I'm looking at the tendency of rushing and what the offensive line is doing, and I think this will be an opportunity for them to really. Hayden's coming back, and he's not nursing that ankle. Hopefully, Welch will be okay from his hamstring, and Augustov, the 6'1" freshman or redshirt freshman, he's really starting to turn it up. So I think, and the offensive line is blocking better. I think the run game is really going to be a standout.
Wait, he's
because we haven't seen it very much, but I think it's really going to be a standout for us.
Wait, Ron, is Augustov a red shirt?
Huh?
He's a sophomore. Augustov is a sophomore.
He's a redshirt sophomore, right?
Yeah.
Wait. What do you mean redshirt sophomore? Does that
mean he sat out 1 year?
He's already done that. He's not redshirting right now.
No, he's not redshirting right now. No, he didn't play his freshman year.
Got it.
He redshirted his freshman year. He's a sophomore. He still after this year, he'll still have 3 more years.
Okay. All right, Panda, go ahead. Give me your score prediction and your final thoughts, please.
Let Renee go first.
No, you go, Panda.
I'm going down the line, man. Go ahead, Panda.
You know, I'm long-winded, but
no, you can't be long-winded on the final thoughts.
Honestly, I'm the only one with the pom-poms on. So
are your pom-poms pink or black and gold?
Harry, it's a family show. It's a family show. Because I was about to say, but seriously, man, I like how we trending. I am all 10 toes down. CU, I am saying that we are going to win by 21. Simple.
Can you give me numbers? Like, what is the number? 21. CU by 21 points?
Yep.
Oh, y'all trying to be bold now because I was bold last game. You're trying to be. You think you're slick?
No, it ain't that. I'm the only one that really believe in Coach Prime and the program. CU fan is a critic. Tim is a critic. Ron Tate, he half and half. He's sweet tea. I'm glad that Rennie's on, so I have some support. You know what I mean? So I'm on my chest out.
You got a cushion. Your final thoughts, please.
Nah, man, I ain't crying this year, man. Last year I cried. I'm good. We good.
Okay. All right. So let's get CU fan. Final thoughts, please, and score. Final prediction.
I think this is going to be a dogfight. Both sides have what it takes to beat each other. I think it's going to be left on the leg of Mata. It's going to be 34-31.
34-31. Okay.
That was my score last time.
Mata's going to hit a field goal to win it. I don't know, somewhere around 30, 45 yards, whatever. But I think he's going to win it win it. And I've been kind of heavy on not a fan of Mata, but he's starting to prove me wrong.
I brought you back. I told you, man. I told you that.
Mata last game proved it. He hit that. What was it? A 45-yarder that he hit?
46.
Yeah.
He
hit
that,
both of them too, back to back.
Yeah, and he proved me wrong right there because he's been not consistent, and then he showed up and hit those field goals, which I was really proud of him, and proved me wrong. But I think he's going to win it for us this time around. And my absolute final thoughts of this is that we're going to be watching a real slashing game where it's going to be anyone's game. It's going to be right down to the last possession. Again,
You're not a CU fan.
I'm not a CU fan.
No.
I see that.
You want him to be a pom pom like you.
Man, yes. If your name is CU fan, your pom poms got.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
No,
your name suggests you should be a pom pom.
That's all I'm saying.
One should be pink and one should be gold.
Wait. Why can't I be a CU fan instead of a Prime fan? Because I'm a CU fan.
That had nothing to do with Prime.
Yeah. No. If you are a CU fan, then you got to go all the way in. You got to go all the way in.
I'm in based on the decisions that the team's doing, and when I critique the team, I critique everybody that's part of the team.
That's not what fans do. We roll all.
Fans got a pom pom, and they're gonna wave that pom pom. Everything is all great. Every week, everything is great.
I'm the original bandwagon buff.
So
Harry done dropped the bandwagon.
But next show, you might want to consider that name. Put a hyphen on it, like maybe CU fan with a hyphenated. Hey, let's get ready. Hey, ready? Welcome.
He's CU fan hyphenated logical.
No, don't put anything after. Just put a hyphenated on it. Just hyphenate it. All right. So, Rennie, is this your first time calling in?
Yeah, it is.
All right. So, welcome. You got your what's the name? Your first time show out of the way. Keep that wet. Yeah, you got your feet wet. Keep that email. That email is good for anytime you want to call in when you see us live. And I just got to send you a new link. Just say, Harry B, send me the link. I'm ready to spaz. Let's go. All right, Rennie, what's your final thoughts, please?
It was a great discussion, guys. I appreciate every one of you. I appreciate everyone in the chat. Please continue to subscribe and like. Harry is doing a really great thing there, man. I'll say this.
Well, give me your final score before you go in.
Yeah. My final 31-24 CU.
31-24 CU. Okay.
Right. I was debating between 31-21 or 31-24. A little bit more conservative by saying the 24. Kansas State is a better UCF. They're more balanced than UCF. And I do believe that Colorado will be able to contain AJ John. They're going to run. They're still going to make. They're going to run yards, but I don't think they're going to make anything above 150, 160. And we run over yards, which I know we will, because
how many yards we say we're going to run?
We're going to 100 yards.
Okay, and we do that. We do good. That's good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So K-State is about 94 yards. The defense, in terms of run defense, 94 yards. I have to also remember they play UT Martin, which is a trash team, right? And on top of that, we're going to do well in the passing game, right? They only have 12 sacks in 5 games, a little over 2 sacks a game. And I think that Shermer is going to put us in 11 personnel, so we're going to have the tight end to help protect, as well as we're going to have the running back to help, because he's seen that once we protect Shador, the game is easier. And Shador is going to reward the quarterbacks, because if you notice, should have kept those balls at the end zone and run it in, but he gave it to the quarterback, and said that Micah said to him, "Hey, just give me the ball. I'm gonna take care of you," and he gave him the ball because she knows that he needs those quarterbacks to eat so that he can do better. So I think the team is on the right trajectory. I'm hoping and praying that they don't backslide, which I don't think they will.
This
And I
ain't
do.
church. We ain't gonna do that.
Huh?
This ain't church. We're not gonna do that. See you.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they will. And I think the mindset of the player last year is so much different. And I think they're a lot more serious about their, and I think they're going to get the job done. 31-24, Colorado. K-State has never shown. They haven't shown me in their 2 games that they've played well to win on the road. They should have lost that game to Tulane, and they got stomped by BYU. So I don't think they're gonna show me that they're gonna win this game in Colorado.
I just want to add on to Rennie said, I'm gonna declare that Dylan Edwards gonna fumble.
Well, I don't know about all that. I don't know, but you could make that declaration.
Like, don't make that a mine.
So listen, this is mine. I think the score is going to be 38-28 CU, but the defense is going to score 2 of those touchdowns. So the defense is going to score 2 of those touchdowns.
Repeat your score again.
38-28 CU. The defense is going to score 2 of those touchdowns. But at the end of the day, I think it is going to be a slugfest. I think it's going to be a tough game, but CU is going to eventually pull away. But mine's come with a contingency. All right, so I'm not as confident as you guys are with CU winning, with just winning out. My contingencies are the CU that plays both sides, that runs the ball and is balanced, is going to win. But the CU that gets spooked and something happens is going to lose. Those are my contingencies. If
you can't do that, Harry.
No, I have contingencies because
no, I'm with Renee.
I'm 8-4. I'm 8-4. This is one of the games that we lose.
No, I'm with Harry on this one.
I'm 8-4.
If they don't show up like they did last against,
it's going to be a long night.
Let
me finish my thoughts. This is my final thought. So let me finish my thoughts before you start. Let me get mine in, please. All right. So listen, this is how I'm seeing it, because I'm 8-4, and based on how K-State has been playing, 8-4. This is one of the 4 teams that we're supposed to lose to. This is from my perspective. So this is a loss for us. But because CU, I didn't know this CU that I know now. I didn't know this CU. All right. The CU that I remember is the CU from last year, where they took a 6-game skid because the offensive line was just playing horrendous. But this CU is a little bit different. But K-State is also a really good team. So I know that this is one of the teams that I had us losing to. But for some reason, I'm like, I don't know if we're going to lose this game. I think we can win this game, but my contingencies are in place. If CU shows up, the UCF, University of Central Florida, shows up, if that CU shows up, CU's going to win 38-28. If the other CU shows up, if that CU does not show up, it's going to be K-State 40-27. If that CU does not show up, it's going to be 40-27 K-State. That's how I have it. Y'all can fry me now if y'all want to.
I agree with you, Harry, on this, because of the fact that I believe I said this last week. If they show up this week, that they were going to win this game. If they don't, they're going to lose it, because they're going to go back to what Panda's saying. Oh, we're never going to go back to Nebraska. No, if they show up like in Nebraska, they're going to lose. If they show up like last week or UCF, we're going to win this game. And like I said, it's a dogfight. I don't believe this is going to be an easy win.
Yeah, K-State's a really good team. I mean, they're not playing around. They're not playing no game. So Colorado cannot come and start trailing, because the K-State is just going to run the clock out, and their running backs are capable of running that clock out. They're going to get first downs, a lot of them.
So what they're going to do?
All I'm saying is this: Harry, all I'm saying is this: what you just said just now, we can apply that to every single game coming up for CU. If they show up,
not if we beat K-State, I ain't gonna say this no more. I promise you.
Okay.
This is my second game because I'm consistent on this channel. I need to see Colorado be consistent for 2 games, and then my pom-poms come out. This is the second game. Yes, I have I don't know CU. I don't know their identity. They're identifying themselves. They're identifying themselves to me. So I'm like a new kid on the block. I'm like, hey, how you doing? I see your name is CU. Oh, okay, how are you? Like, what are the things you like doing? I don't know this team. So I'm trying to figure out who the team is, and they're gonna show me their identity will be defined with K-State. So
okay, I got you. So the difference between you and me is that can Kansas State beat them? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I am willing to go out more than you are right now to say that K-State is. I mean, CU is gonna win, but it's gonna be 31-24. I'm willing to admit if I'm wrong, but to go out on a limb and say that they're going to win this game because I do believe
with no contingencies.
No, I'm not going to do contingencies. The reason why I'm not going to do contingencies, is because I do believe I've seen enough to know that I do believe that what we're seeing with our eyes is the real deal, right?
Right.
If I'm wrong,
I'm not convinced. That's why.
No, that's fine. I agree with you. That's fine. Thanks for that to me. What I'm saying is, if I'm wrong, I'm obviously willing to admit that you know what I was wrong. But I do believe enough. So that's why I'm not going to do.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough because of the fact that what happened in Baylor. We should have lost that one. We shouldn't have won
didn't.
That one.
So stop going back to it. He of little faith.
So
look,
why are you disappointed, Panda?
Because you're a man of faith. You are
bandwagon.
My faith is not for a CU. No. My faith is not. I'm not
but
saying
Panda, you gotta allow them. You gotta allow them reviews, and I see where Harry is coming from. Harry's just not there yet.
Haven't you seen enough to say, you know what, I can honestly?
Yeah, but that's my view. But that's my view. I can't put my view on Harry.
Right.
Harry.
You say you've seen enough and you're okay with it, Panda.
But Harry said,
hey, Panda, somewhere inside of you're skeptical. I know you. You've been here too long. Somewhere in the back of your head, you're like, dang, if I better hurry up and side with Harry because I know that guy be right sometimes. He be right a lot.
But this is football, right?
It's football.
We just saw Alabama show up against Georgia.
Oh, Lord.
And that same Alabama showed up against Vanderbilt and lost. Football is unpredictable.
You don't know. Listen, you know Alabama from Nick. Hold on. You know Alabama from Nick Saban, but you also know Alabama. One second. You know Alabama from Nick Saban, but you also know that Nick Saban is no longer there. But guess what is still there? Those 4 and 5 stars are still there, right? So you understand to a certain degree, right? Mm-hmm. With I forget what number 4 is, their quarterback. His feet are not like Shador's.
Jalen
Milroe has happy feet, right? So you know that at any point that this game, you have at least confidence that they have certain things that they can employ and that can turn that game. But when it comes to Colorado, you got Shador and you got Travis Hunter, but guess what? Their thing is linked to their offensive line. So you can't put all your trust in them because there is dependent upon their offensive line showing up. So if that part you don't know. You never know if the offensive line game by game is going to show up or not. So that's where you got to be like, I'm not sure. If this offensive line shows up, then I'm like, oh, God, thank you, Lord Jesus. We're going to win. We're going to be fine. But that offensive line, every week you got to be like, Lord, are they going to show up? Please.
Harry,
are they even going to leave the plane?
Whoever won it on that day.
Who cares? I don't trust the offensive line to say whoever wants it. I don't know that they ever won it. That's what I'm trying to tell. I'm trying to communicate that I don't know. They have not proven to me that they don't have the track record to say they always won it.
They just need to leave the black man kryptonite for the rest of the season. They be all right.
I don't know what that means.
Harry, I see where you're coming from. You make valid points. Like I said, I'm going out on a limb because Kansas State can win this game, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say CU's
all of a sudden you lemon now. All of a sudden you a tree now.
No. I mean,
all of a sudden you turn into a tree.
Anyone who makes a prediction is going out on a limb, right? Right.
And I'm as long as you can rightfully divide or rightfully articulate where you stand, then you should respect it. Because Panda, there's no way that you can say you are emphatic about the identity of this CU team. I asked you that question on a couple of shows. I don't know if you were there, but I asked about the identity of CU. I don't know that anybody on this panel can rightfully say, I know CU's offensive identity. You can't.
I could say they're trending up.
That's not an identity. A trend is not an identity.
It's enough for me.
Right. A trend is never an identity because that trend, how trends can become a fad very quickly.
True,
you see one dance on TikTok. By the time you learn it and you record your video, the fad is over. The trend is over.
This is why I'm locking in like that. Renee said it when he looked up the stats. We have not allowed more than 6 points in the second half.
That's your defense.
Average 5.2.
That's your defense.
Okay.
Yeah, so the defense is a part of the team.
Okay, your offense protects your door for him to be able to score.
Our defense starts scoring now. So we are looking at a defense that is getting fumbles, doing more interceptions,
two
and
touchdowns
already
in this
have
game.
something consistent about the second half. So in my book, it's trending in the right direction. The O-line, I was mad. I thought the fat boy couldn't run. Then I saw the coach pull him out and put in another adjustment. So I'm saying based on the adjustments I am seeing, my pom-poms is out. I might even go ahead and get a wig. I'm all the way in on CU. We finna win.
All right.
And as a matter of fact, we going to the championship.
That's a different show, but I'm glad you got that out.
I just had a lot of passion and you laugh, bro.
Look. I agree with Harry. I disagree with Renee, and I disagree with you.
I thought you was going to say you agree, CU fan. I was like,
is it Rennie or Renee? Is it Rennie or Renee?
Rennie.
It's Rennie, not Renee.
I'm sorry, Rennie. I agree. I agree with Harry on this perspective because although I see the capabilities of what we can do, we have not formed the habits. We haven't formed a team that has consistently shown that we can do it, because we're always fighting with either direction, left or right. It doesn't matter which way, but we're always putting ourselves in a different direction, and that goes from coaching to the players and to whatever else is involved in it.
How many more games you need for it to be considered?
I already said this. This game. I said this before. I said we have to beat a ranked team. We have to be consistent, and we have to. One portion of what I said was shown last week or against UCF. One portion, and that was a consistent, balanced attack. And we controlled the clock, and we were able to go down and score, and we controlled the whole game the whole time.
Yep.
That was
if we don't control the whole game,
right? That's not the criteria on this game. This game, the criteria has to be just play and compete with them.
Well,
right?
That's the question I was going to ask him, right?
Well, that's the criteria. It's not about dominating like we dominated at UCF. It's about showing the same consistency, being able to control the clock, being able to control what you can control. The things you cannot control, you can't control anyway in football. But if you are able to control the things you control, that's what we're looking for. And that's sound. Like, you don't have to be nothing. That's sound. That's just
so if they win the dogfight, Harry, do you give them credit?
No, I'm saying, see you win by 2 points, They win by 1 point, and they're legit.
Okay,
I'm telling you.
so a win is a win with K-State.
With K-State, a win.
No matter how it comes.
Yes, no matter how. No,
Okay.
wait, hold up. No. Wait, let's see.
Hold up.
Let's see. Let me say this.
So if they win by 1 point, you ain't gonna say okay.
I need to know if there are any more defenses like Nebraska in the Big 12. If anybody can confide in me, can let me know. No, you have nothing left. You're good. Don't worry about that.
No,
Okay.
in Nebraska, there's no more interior D like Nash and Ty. Those two guys are NFL guys. The tackles.
Okay. If we can, my criteria and my contingencies are always going to be Shador's not running for his life. Anytime, I want to make this very clear for anybody that thinks that I'm a hater, a CU fan hater. I want to make this very clear. Anytime that Colorado is able to keep Shador on his feet, he is the best quarterback in college football. Anytime he is able to make his reads and get 2.5 or at least 3 seconds, we are the better team, hands down, always. That's what I believe. If Shador can stay upright, we're always the better team. There ain't no team in the Big 12, and I dare to say some teams, a lot of teams in college football in the SEC and the Big 10 that cannot compete with us as long as Shador is on 2 feet. That's my statement. It's going to get a little rocky when I make predictions like K-State winning 40-27. That's only because my other criteria is not being met. Shador is running for his life, and he's getting sacked. That's it. But it sounds weird to the ears that have the pom-poms, right? The pom-pom ears are going to hear that. Then how can you be a fan?
I feel attacked.
I know you should feel attacked.
It's because we don't agree with you, Panda.
The pom-pom ears are going to hear that differently. But what I'm actually saying is we're the better team with our quarterback. Always. There's no quarterback.
But you
there
can't
is
say
no
that
team.
and say that.
Yes, Surf. Not the whole SEC, okay? Not the whole SEC, because y'all see SEC as godlike, and y'all think, oh my gosh, nobody can beat S. But Arkansas is an SEC team.
Harry, what's in that cup, man? You drinking something?
No, Arkansas is an SEC team, and one of our Big 12 teams just beat Arkansas. So that's what I'm saying. The SEC, Vanderbilt, and all these other teams. I'm not saying when y'all see SEC, y'all say Georgia. Y'all see some of the other teams. I'm just saying, bring your SEC, bring your Big 10. There are teams that Colorado can beat from the SEC. If Shador is protected, I don't know too many teams in college football.
You know how many teams in the top 10, Harry, from the SEC?
Colorado can beat most college football
in the
teams
top 10 of the
as
SEC?
long as Shador is on his 2 feet. I don't know too many
top
teams.
10 of the SEC, Harry?
SEC, Big 10, Big 12. If Shador can play,
10 of them.
SEC, anybody. If Shador is on 2 feet and he is able to make his reads with the weapons we got in our defense, I do not know too many college football teams that can hands down beat us when those criteria are met.
Oh boy, I agree. Vandy will put pressure and see you. I agree.
I'm telling you, I'm putting everything on it. I'm telling you, bring your SEC. Not every team from the SEC, obviously, but y'all look at this thing, and I've been
stick your flag and stay there.
I'm staying right here. I'm telling you, ain't no team. Not every team. Like, we don't have to play every team, right? Like, we're not playing Iowa State. We're not playing BYU. So think about it, right? So we're not going to play every SEC team. But if we catch Arkansas, we'll give them what they need to get, right? If we catch one of these low-hanging fruit SEC teams, if we catch Florida, we'll give them what they need. I guarantee you. Give us Florida.
You think we could beat Florida?
We will wipe Florida off the planet. Stop playing with me. Are you kidding?
When I was just making the analysis that give
us Florida right now.
Y'all was a better quarterback. Y'all was pushing.
Let Florida come to Boulder right now, or we go to Florida. We see them. I guarantee you, we'll body them. That's what I'm saying. We don't have to play every SEC team, but People like DC, Surf, and all these guys in TH. When you hear SEC, what do you hear? God, oh my gosh, not the SEC. No, Arkansas got beat, right? Florida can get beat. We know that for sure, right? Come on now, that's what I'm saying.
How far up? How far up can they go?
Florida State too.
Florida State is not SEC though, so
How far up can they go, Harry?
how far can who go?
Can Colorado go in terms of, if let's say in the given situation they could keep Shador standing, what team can they beat? Oregon? This new team could beat Oregon.
We can beat Oregon.
Yes, we can beat Oregon. Have you seen how Oregon can play?
Right. Remember that Colorado, Shador could not pass the ball with Oregon. They had our numbers. We could not even move the ball. So yes, Oregon, but Oregon is not SEC. I'm talking about SEC. I want the big ones, the big boys, right?
Call a big name that we could beat now.
Florida. I just gave you Florida.
Anybody
I gave
could
you
beat
Arkansas.
Florida. Harry, stop it. You're being facetious.
No, Florida. I'm talking about the Gators.
The Gators ain't playing good.
With Kwamani being their starting cornerback.
Kwamani ain't even see. Kwamani don't even know what the uniform looked like. He didn't even have a uniform to think. The picture that they be showing with Kwamani is when he went to try it on.
So Surf said, Harry, this is what will make the playoffs so much fun in the upcoming seasons. A team like CU going to get matched up against Ole Miss or Tennessee in Boulder and get embarrassed. I'm just telling y'all, that's fine. That's what I'm looking forward to. Because
didn't we see that with that team that we beat last season that everybody didn't expect?
Is Kentucky big? What is Kentucky? Is that Big Ten? What is Kentucky? Kentucky is Big Ten, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, I believe that's SEC.
Kentucky is SEC?
I think it's
Kentucky.
SEC. Yeah, I think
Kentucky
it's
Wildcats. Yeah.
Okay.
SEC.
But Wild Dog said ACC. Yeah, TCU is what I was trying to talk about.
So an ACC team, Kentucky. Let me go to Kentucky. Where's Kentucky at?
Man, we're gonna end up like TCU if we play Tennessee. Stop the nonsense.
Hey, I don't see Kentucky on ACC.
I got my pom poms on, but
no, they're SEC. They're SEC. They're SEC.
Kentucky is SEC, right?
Man, we can't beat
Ole
Miss, and we
Kentucky
can't beat
is SEC. I'm looking at it right here. I'm looking at the teams. SEC.
So,
right, they're not ACC. Kentucky.
We can't beat them.
Bro, well, why is okay? Here we go. SEC. Here we go. Boom. All right. So, yes, University of Kentucky is the SEC. They're 3. Well, in their conference, they are 1 and 2 in their conference. All right. Let me tell you the SEC teams that we will probably beat. All right. I believe we can beat.
Take a deep breath.
I believe Colorado can beat Florida. This year. We will beat Oklahoma because they were just Big 10. They were just Big 12. All right.
Oklahoma State.
We will beat Vandy. I don't care what they did with whoever. We will beat Vandy. We will beat Mississippi. Well, Mississippi State, I don't know about. I think we could beat Auburn. That's what I believe. All right. And what else? Arkansas, we can beat. We definitely beat Arkansas. And the rest is probably going to be like, yo, who shows up? That's it. I mean, but that's SEC. We only have to play one team. We don't have to play the entire SEC for people to be like, oh, yeah, Colorado.
We can definitely beat Auburn. I see that still for.
I think we can beat Auburn. I think Colorado is good enough with Shador, and Shador is playing. He's upright. Auburn is not unbeatable. What
they're not playing good this year.
Right. They're not unbeatable. Vanderbilt, we can beat.
They haven't played good in a while when we think about it.
We can beat Vanderbilt. All right. Now, Ole Miss and all these other guys, the big dogs, maybe it might be a struggle for us. But yeah.
And we beat Clemson. Nope. We can't beat
Yes. But Clemson is ACC, though.
Oh, yeah.
ACC teams. I don't know that Colorado's going to be struggling with the ACC teams. Miami, bring anybody from the ACC. I don't care about that. Come on, are you playing? Stop playing with me, man. Bring anybody from the ACC. That's it. I mean, like, we're not talking about basketball. I hope y'all know. All right. Don't think about the basketball, the big name schools basketball. I'm talking about football with the best quarterback amongst all of the SEC teams, amongst all of the Big Ten teams, amongst all of the Big 12 teams. The best quarterback, the best overall player in Travis Hunter amongst the SEC teams, amongst every single conference's team. Wait,
Harry. I'm gonna have to fire back at this, Harry. I'm gonna have to fire back on you on this.
No, I'm just saying we have those two players on our team. Now, just give us an O-line and what's left. Our wide receivers came. We got two wide receivers from the SEC.
Harry. Something about Harry just shifted at the end of the program. Look, I don't know what's going on.
Harry, look, it all depends on the defensive line. If these teams have better, really hella good defensive lines, we're going to be in trouble.
That's what I just said. My criterias are in place. Every single criteria has to be met. Give us that good O-line that can keep Shador. If Shador can play, if Shador is able to throw the ball, if Shador and Travis can connect, if Shador and Wester can connect, if Shador and Jimmy Horn can connect, if those weapons are available to Shador and he can hit them, I do not know that many teams in college football that can.
I agree with you. I agree. Look, if you swap Cam Ward with Shador Sanders, and Shador was in Miami, he'd be destroying the league.
I said that earlier, and y'all said don't do that. Y'all be tripping, man.
What are you talking about, Panda? We've been saying this. We literally been saying this.
When I said this earlier,
we literally been on this trajectory saying that if Shador has a good O-line, then there is not too many people that can compete with us. We started with that. But man, anyways, look, it's 4 hours. Let's get up out of here, man. Look, it's been a great show. I appreciate you for hanging out with me, man. Look, I will see y'all on the Friday show because we got to do this on Friday before Saturday is 10 o'clock, guys. So I hope y'all take a nap. All the old people,
right?
The game, look, I will say this,
right?
Depending on what happens on the time frame from now to Friday to Saturday, we don't know the injury report. So hopefully, something's not big going to happen, but the predictions may change.
Injuries. See you. Come on, bro. No.
Shiloh is still. We don't know the absolute health of Shiloh.
We got depth though.
Shiloh's back, but anyways, we're not talking about injuries right now. We're not doing none of that. Let's get out of here. Listen, man, y'all take your naps, okay? All the old people that needs Bengay, make sure that you have your Bengay next to you because it's going to be a late game. We're going to be out there spazzing. And we're going to see how it goes out. But anyways, I'll see you on the Friday show, and then we'll do the Saturday show, obviously. All right, guys?
Be safe.
Have a good one.
You guys
take care.
Have a good one.
All right, take care, guys. Peace out. Peace.